Check one, check two. Hello, everybody. Meteorologist Hutch Johnson joining you. Thank you for being a part of Hutch's weather. I apologize. The computer just went shut down on this early Sunday morning. Now we have crossed, 12:30 is what we're approaching. Severe thunderstorms pushing their way into close to the eastern third of North Dakota. If you don't have my weather app already, please consider signing up for it by searching Hutch's Weather in your app store today. It's free, and it does give you early alerts to things like twisting storms. That's exclusive. Nobody else has that up here. And I'll also tell you, it gives you early alerts to approaching lightning, approaching thunder, approaching hail and rain as well, keeping you and your family ahead of the storm. Now, as you see behind me, we have some active weather ongoing across the area right now, and that is how I see it. Thanks a lot for your patience, and thanks for being a part of Hutch's Weather. I'm still in the process of resetting up all of my scenes and everything that I use to give you information. Welcome back. Thanks, Oval. I appreciate it. Joe says, welcome back. Gotta love Windows updates. I don't know what happened there. The computer literally just locked up, and it says, I got to restart. So I let it do that, and I got a full glass of water out of the deal. So let's get to what's going on. Storms continue to trek eastward. They have this bowing line segment across all of North Dakota and southern parts of Saskatchewan, now thinking about pushing into Manitoba. Look at this. South Dakota, severe thunderstorms south of Aberdeen, north of Aberdeen. Jamestown, you're in a warning. Devil's Lake is in a warning right now. Here are the bottom line risks. As we head into the overnight hours, we still have gusty wind concerns with these storms. Gusts over 60 miles per hour will be likely. We've had some 80 to 90 mile per hour gusts tonight. The risk of the 90 or 80, a lot lower than they were before. And in fact, we have not had that. But I'll keep my eyes on these skies because we've also had active tornado warnings as these storms blew through the Bismarck-Mandan area. 2 tornado warnings, one north of town, south of town. We have not had a multitude of tornado warnings tonight, but there are some out there. So let's go ahead and pause this loop here and show you what's going on in our area with regards to your thunderstorm activity. Now, here's what we know. Severe thunderstorm warnings are working the way now into the Devil's Basin. We're going to go north to south this time as we go through. We're on the Deering radar outside of the Minot area. Here is a look at the thunderstorms as we head into the nighttime hours. Right now, from Towner, pushing into Rugby, a strong line of thunderstorms making their way off to the north and east in this area. So these up near the international border, including the Botno area, have been and remain non-severe at this particular time. As we go through the evening hours, there is a risk of that, but it does look like those southern storms are taking over just a little bit more with regards to our storms tonight. So here's what we got. Botno, there's this little backward C shape here, still some gusty wind potential. A little bit of hail showing up with that one blue blip there. There is a hail core there. So let's call it small hail under 1/2 of an inch in diameter. Rolette all the way up into Botno County here. We see those thunderstorms developing on this line out ahead of the main line that's working its way up to the east. Now behind it, what you see out here in Berthold, Kenmare, and out towards Plaza, Velva, this is good old-fashioned, very heavy rain shield on the back side of it. Still a little on the breezy side there as well. Oh yeah, somebody's watching Monday like this. You got the googly eyes out there. Thanks for your report, me Monday. Yeah, I got to tell you what, it's getting a little bit late. Carrington to Borderlac area, let's talk about that. Carrington, you got some showers and storms heading in your general direction. I'm going to cover these north to south. Right now from West Hope, Botno, and down towards Towner, and in towards the Harvey area, we do have some strong storms, but the strongest are in Wells County right now. There's a sliver of a severe thunderstorm warning left for the Fessenden area, for Harvey, and eastern parts of you folks in Wells County, including Sykeston at this particular time. Here is a bowing area. This could be a burp of some stronger wind, causing it to give it that little backward C shape right in this particular area. So those storms are moving off to the north and to the east. To look at the warning from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Bismarck, says that the storm's moving northeast at 47 miles per hour. It says east at 47 miles per hour. Penny size hail, the diameter of pennies, and 60 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible from that line of storms as it moves off to the east at 60 miles per hour. Boom, new scan just came in. Let's go ahead and track this bad boy as we go through a big old long line right here like this. Whoopsies, my drawing is getting a little ridiculous here. Let's take 2 with that and try again. All right. So let's do the northern part of the storms here first, moving northeast at about 60, east-northeast. 60 is very fast, isn't it? Okay, let's say Esmond, it'll be by you by 1239. Maddock by 1243. I know I had some questions. You already have some thunderstorm activity in Maddock, but the main line, the warned part of the storm will be there by 1243. So 10 minutes, this gusty part will be towards you. It's likely causing the development of new storms from the outflow of the storms. In fact, your wind may have already changed as that has moved through. So again, it's moving off towards Oberon by 1257. Before 1 a.m., Minnewacan will be in the path of the storm. This is the part of the storms that will likely be heading in towards Fort Totten, Devil's Lake, and the lake itself. So if you happen to be on a camper, in a camper, preferably not on the camper, but in a camper or anything where you're out and about on Devil's Lake, you have a very strong line of winds that will be possibly impacting your area here as we get into the 1:15 time frame. Crary, 1:26. It'll be on into your general neck of the woods. So these storms here, burping out some outflow, kicking off a new little batch of thunder showers possibly on the front side of the storm. Now let's go to Fessenden and Wells County and track that part of this cluster of storms again with a more easterly direction right here. Woo! Here you go, New Rockford, Cheyenne, Carrington. Let's take a look at these bad boys here. Sykeston on towards 1235, Carrington 1248. See the little backward C shape here, a bowing line segment. We'll get a closer look at the wind analysis on this from Hutch here in a second, but again, essentially that's moving right down the Highway 200 corridor right now. So Carrington 1248, New Rockford 1254, and Cheyenne about or just before 1 a.m. Gray City and Kensal just after 1 a.m. as we work our way through. Binford 126 and Tolna expect the chance of storms closer to around 1:30 a.m. as the storms work their way off to the east. So that's where these are heading. Now, we do have some storms that are about to happen and are happening in Tappan. Now they're moving into western parts of Stutsman County. So we got the curved section up here, big time winds, some collapsing part of the storm here over eastern parts of Kidder County, Tappan, and points north. This is heavy rain. The hail potential very low with this cluster of cells as it works its way off to the east. Now let's take a look at what the Weather Service in Bismarck is saying. Less than 1 inch hail for sure. Gusty winds to 60 miles per hour. It's moving northeast at 41 miles per hour. So okay, sorry, had another warning pop up. So has nothing to do with this part of the computer operation though. So that's good. All right. Now let's take a look at this line of storms again. Let's get the motion right. Northeast, 40 miles per hour. So here we go. These puppies here moving right into the area northeast. So we'll take the Medina area and 40, 45, 50 miles per hour puts it near Medina by, well, now. And then we'll be in Woodworth by about 1241, 1247 Cleveland. So western Stutsman, southwestern Stutsman, Gackle, you folks are going to see this a little bit earlier. And then moving off into northern parts of Stutsman County, including near Jamestown, by the time we get to about 116 or earlier. So that's making its way in your general direction, Courtenay, by the time we get to 125, Wimbledon, a little bit later than that. So that's a look at that cluster of the storm activity right there. Now, as we do go down into South Dakota here momentarily, we'll take another look, but I want to switch over to the Mayville radar now to get a better look at what is heading into the radar beam. Radar beam shooting this way. The wind from these storms is coming this way. We should be able to get a very good measurement of the winds coming at the radar here site, especially down the Highway 200 corridor, directly from the Doppler radar velocities. So moving into Carrington right now, there's a bulge on the storm, which we call a little bow echo. Is that showing some velocity of concern? Let's take a look at this. Now the velocities here as we look in are definitely blowing toward the radar. Pretty muddled out here. We got reds and greens and all of it's kind of next to each other. Then you got purple in here. What's going on, Johnson? Well, let's talk about this. The greens are in motion toward the radar. And in Fessenden, we do have some green radars returns as well. This is at about the edge of the reflectivity, and it's very, very high up in the atmosphere. So the velocities that we're measuring in here getting a little bit muddled in the data set here, but I'm not seeing any terribly strong gusts or at least wind at this particular level. that has me jumping out here. We're talking about some ordinary kind of velocities until we get up north of Fessenden up there. 40, 50 mile per hour gusts look to be possible there. Now, we can go to Hutch's burp estimator, but look at behind this main line of storms just moving in towards Medina. We're starting to see some pinks. What's that say? Well, this is some outbound wind that's working its way away from the radar site out there up in the upper levels of the storm. So as these storms go up and grow, they get higher, some of that wind and updraft of the storm starts leaning backwards, and you start getting that mixed in there. We did get a wind report in and around the McCluskey area to the south and to the west of town. So let's take a look at what that was. That is a 70 mile per hour wind at 11:19, 70 mile per hour thunderstorm wind gust out there near Pickardville out there. So again, big time winds. Now we got a new warning up here on the north side, I think. Let's take a look at that. Devil's Lake, the New Rockford area, these storms moving to the northeast at 46 miles per hour, penny-sized hail and 60 mile per hour gusts. Maybe that was just my eyes playing tricks on me here or whatnot, but it does look like we do continue to see the main threat being wind from these storms as they work their way eastward into Medina now, pushing in towards Cleveland shortly. Pettibone, you've got these showers and thunderstorms punching their way in as well. I want to be clear here. I'm not expecting huge hail from the storms, but we are still getting some gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour from a few of these cells as they come through. They are also coming into an area with increased humidity in the air. And again, I do wish to thank you for your comments, for your uploads, for your reports of weather. I do pass those along to the Weather Service office. Go ahead and take a look at your feedback that you're giving me now. So for those of you on my YouTube channel, thank you very much for hitting the subscribe button, and thanks for being a part of my broadcast. If you're new, hey, I want you on board. Hit that subscribe button now, and I'll keep you updated. In the Northern Plains, I've been covering weather as a chief broadcast meteorologist on television for the better part of 30 years. Now I own my own company. Now I'm streaming for you. I can go as long as I want. I don't have to worry about cutting over no Super Bowls or nothing like that. I'm here when the weather needs me. So that's one of the beauties of doing this. Plus, I can be as descriptive as I can be. I can take my time to elaborate, and I can answer your questions one-on-one. So thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to start with a few YouTube questions. I appreciate that very much. All right, let's see. Heavy rain, strong wind here. Wanda Wald, thank you much. Let me know your location when you give me a report. That's very helpful. And thank you, Wanda, for your report. I appreciate it. So glad you're back. We're talking about Harvey, North Dakota. My son is. Could you please let me know what is heading to him? Also, Langdon, thank you. So, you know Harvey, we've already talked about that, and those storms are getting pretty rich and mighty working into the Harvey area. So as you look over Harvey, it's almost done in this particular area of Harvey. So we got the storms exiting Harvey. That's pretty good. Heading into Fessenden, there is a hail core here increasing in strength, which is going to increase the wind burp that comes out of this puppy as it moves downwind to the east. So expect that problem to continue. The warning for Harvey is done. There's still probably some breezy or gusty conditions, but that's your Harvey update for you right now. Now let me see. What else was the question here? Another town was what? Oh, also Langdon. Okay, so up north. We'll go up north there, then. As we go up into Esmond and all these places up here in Langdon, you see a few storms. I am going to switch the radar over to the Deering radar. It's a little bit closer. So Langdon being over here on the other side. Let's go ahead and take a look. So I'm waiting for the radar to load up here. Right now it looks pretty blank. I might have to pull up just a composite radar. These storms are by and large, a ways away from Langdon yet. Many of these have a northeasterly flow and are moving up into parts of southern Manitoba and also parts of Saskatchewan off to the west out there. So the closest storms to your area moving to the north and east are out by Rugby right now. So again, these storms, as I take a look at them right now, looking like their movement, I'm trying to get some movement data from this, so give me a second. Doing my best to research and answer your questions to the best of my ability, to be as accurate as I can be with the timing of the storms. Now, this is showing us the movement of the individual thunderstorm cells is north, and the whole line is trying to move off to the east, but this northern part has got stuck near Botno. This means very heavy rain and slower advancement to the east, meaning storm 1, storm 2, storm 5. moving over the same area will give us very lofty rainfall totals. So these storms moving to the north at about 30 miles per hour, it looks like to me. Let's go, it says 47 on that one. There's a 17 and there is a 32. So let's go 35 to 40 for the average speed on these storms to the north. But the whole line is kind of trying to shift off to the east. So hard to get a grasp on this as far as when it's going to be in your neck of the woods. These are moving more northeasterly towards Langdon here, and their clip or speed of movement is about 30 miles per hour or so. So let's go ahead and take a 40 mile per hour speed movement, and now let's go ahead and measure your distance from the leading edge of these storms. And if they head to the north and east here, for Langdon, 80 miles, it's about 35 miles per hour, maybe 40 is still 2 hours away. You're talking about 12:41, 2:43, almost 3 a.m. before they make their way there, maybe a little later, because these are mainly moving to the north out there. I hope that answers your question. Thanks for being a part of Hutch's Weather. I really appreciate you out there for joining me with your questions, all right? Thanks, Riley. I appreciate it. My oil community, anything for the Turtle Mountains? Well, you can see on the radar here, or I shouldn't say that, maybe you're not watching, maybe you're just listening, that we do have the Turtle Mountains up here near Bottineau. We got some significant old rain out here and heavy thunderstorm activity, some small hail potential with these, and some local wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour. And that's the way it looks to me at this particular time. Thanks for your question. Hey, Hutch, will there be tornadoes coming towards Cloquet, Duluth Sunday? There are severe weather risks as we go through the next couple of days. So in a quick answer to your question, here is a look at the risk of severe weather for our Sunday. And what you're going to notice here, I'll go ahead and try to clear that timestamp off the top there for you. Bear with me. Okay, there it is. So for Sunday, the risk of severe weather is off to the west of you. It's not zero. It's not a 0% chance, but storms will fire here, move off to the east. There's some question as to whether storms will fire at all, because we're just getting hotter and hotter in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So if they do form, all modes of severe weather will be possible in the volatile, boiling kettle of air mass that we have over us. Now, as we go into Monday, your area may have a better chance at seeing some severe storms. So Monday will bring the best risk for Duluth, as the storms will fire more here and move in your general direction. But again, it's a conditional chance of storms. Will they form in the atmosphere that we have, because we'll have some hotter air up above us? I see you over there, Facebook. Thanks for watching. I'll get to your questions here in a minute. There is Minnesota. Hey, John, good to have you on board. I have a theory of oaks. 3 huge grain elevators around the town creates a dome with a laughing face. You know, sometimes towns, it seems like in your town, the storms go around. It's just luck of the draw. Think of a 10-mile round pencil line of a thunderstorm's actual average width. It's 10 miles. It's not big. So 10 miles city spread is like a city dot on the map. You move that across the map, that's where a thunderstorm makes its way through. A tornado is even smaller. It's a part of a thunderstorm, maybe a football field wide for a smaller one. And that puppy is going to impact a real tiny area. So it seems like we get missed, but your time will be due in Oaks, don't we know? All right, would this storm affect Grand Forks? Yes, and it does look like it's going to be closer to the 6 a.m. time frame for tonight's storms to make their way into the Grand Cities as we go to Grand Forks, East Grand Forks. And here is another look at the big old bowing line. It's looks like one big, huge bow echo here, all the way from, say, Brandon, Manitoba, and points west towards Estevan, winding all the way down here into northern Nebraska. So these storms on the north kind of slowing down. They're not moving off to the east. The whole low is stuck right over here. These storms are kind of kicking off to the north. These are moving east. They've moved from Bismarck to the Jamestown area here in the last hour and a half or so, and continue their trek off to the east. So keep that in mind, that these are moving towards Fargo faster than the stuff up here north is moving towards places like Langdon and Walhalla and Grafton and Park River. So that's how I see it. Aberdeen, we got a severe thunderstorm warning in your area as well, and we'll cover that. The most recent rampant reports of wind are coming along the South Dakota border with Nebraska at this time, and that's where we talked about earlier tonight, being right in the line of the updraft laden air, moisture laden air. So that's what we're talking about there. All right. Let's see. I think we've about got these questions answered here. That's good. Angel Kitty, between service and cutouts, just curious about the Icelandic State Park area. Not sure if you said anything on that yet. So Icelandic State Park, most of these are slowing down their drag. These are moving with a little bit more acceleration. So if you're out here at Icelandic State Park, out to the west of the Grand Forks area and north, you're going to see some storms coming through. Now they're moving at about 40 miles per hour. They're about 50 miles to 70 miles away from your area. So you may even be starting to see some lightning off in the distance in the western sky. It'll be a while before they get to you. It's probably going to be closer to around, I'll say 3:45 to 4:30 in the morning before they get into your general area. Beautiful country out there. Just know where shelter is. The main threat will be gusty straight line winds with these storms. And you want to stay away from trees and have sturdy shelter if it's still popping up 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's not good for things like campers and mobile homes, manufactured homes and the like. Victor says, what time will Fargo get stabbed? It looks like the knife of the storm, the leading edge, is on its way into Jamestown, moving east at 40. It's almost to Jamestown. That's 100 miles away. So we're talking about, well, 3 hours. That'd be early for us. So if it got here at around 4 o'clock, it's possible to get here that early. So we've been saying between 4 and 6, and it might be on the earlier side of that. These storms accelerating, these ones not. Notice there are areas here that are not going to get hit. We have some gaps in the storm too. So even though I say 4 a.m. and then we get to 5 a.m. and you're like, where's the storm, Hutch? I waited up all night for this. Nope, it's going to split around many, many towns in here. Radar tends to make this look like one solid line of storms, but it's not. It's individual thunderstorm cells that have an average diameter of about 10 miles. Hey, you're the best, says Paul. Thank you very much. Staples, Motley, Pride, Go Cards. Yeah, you got it. Thank you very much. And family lived out there in the Staples area for many a years, as you probably know. And yeah, they've since moved, but yeah, thank you very, very much. Aberdeen, we have storms pushing in towards you. We'll go ahead and analyze those. Thank you very much. And Angel Kitty says, thank you for answering. Means a lot. Fingers crossed that they break up. I hear you. All right, that's those. Now a quick look at some YouTube questions as well. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're just joining in, I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson covering this line of storms. Gusty wind, the main threat tonight. Still some stout winds moving in on the James River Valley, the Devil's Lake Basin. If you're in Devil's Lake area, on the lake, in a camper, now's the time to consider getting yourself into a sturdy structure, because trees can be felled by the gusty winds that we've been having tonight. Not as many reports here as we've had earlier, but that doesn't mean we won't see isolated storms with some gusty winds. So keep that in mind and be prepared to seek some shelter. Thanks so much for joining me. Thanks for your support of stars. I have gotten a couple of notifications tonight of some people who have gone onto my website and supported me through some other donations and contributions to Hutch's Weather. So thank you very much. How about Thief River Falls? Lisa, it's going to be a long time before they get to you. We have the showers exiting your area from the day to day. This is non-severe stuff out here. This line gets into the valley 4 to 6 a.m., probably closer to 6 up here. And by the time it gets to Thief River Falls, we're talking mid-morning. It could still persist, say the models. So there is a chance that will happen. Frankie, good to have you on board. Will Fargo get hit? I cannot tell you if the storms will split around Fargo or not, but we talked about it being between 4 and 6 a.m. and probably closer to 4 a.m. the way this line is moving off to the east at an accelerated rate. Now, there is a chance that they could lose a little bit more steam, but I am concerned about the dew point temperatures here being higher. We have more moisture in the air from these storms. As they move into that moist air, it will invigorate them with more moisture. As the air rises, if there's more moisture in the air, it makes a cloud droplet, and a cloud droplet releases what we call latent heat, which makes it rise even faster. So these storms, as they come into more humid air supply, could actually get energized by that. What about Jamestown? Thanks for asking. I appreciate your question, Heather. Here you go. Jamestown is on the line of the leading edge of the storms here that will be making their way off. They're moving east. You have a thunderstorm warning out to the west of you, but it doesn't include you at this time. This line of storms has a real backward C shape here, meaning the gustiest of the winds may indeed be there. Let Hutch go to his gust estimator here and see if that puppy will open up. And if it does so here, and I may need to sneak over, there we go. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of these gust estimates. So we're still seeing the potential for gusts down here near Gackle, Medina, Cleveland, about 60 miles per hour in spots. So still 60 mile per hour gust potential, 65 to 70 mile per hour gust potential for a few. Just because it says it right at this exact spot doesn't mean that that's where it's going to happen. But these are the areas where we could get an isolated burst out of the storm, upwards of 65 miles per hour because of all of the moisture and the height of the clouds and the downdraft of the storm. So there's a little break between Gackle and, say, Cullum. Here in Cullum, we do have some wind gust potential upwards of 55 miles per hour. We're pushing 60 mile per hour again as we get south of Cullum and get down here closer to the Highway 11 corridor. And we do have some areas here where we could have some 65 to 70 mile per hour gusts crossing the highway out as you look up there north-south on Highway Double Nichols 55. Frederick, there's some gust potential there as well. I will have to switch radars over here to this guy, if it will allow me to do so. All right, so we'll go back over here to this single site radar data. There it is. Okay, so now I can get the Aberdeen radar to read what's coming into town. You got a gusty line of storms moving through and into Aberdeen right now. Here's the outflow boundary on the outside of it, kicking out some more storms developing on the east side of town near Columbia and points south towards Stratford. Warner seeing severe thunderstorms pushing through, as is Brentford. Now, this cluster of storms, the warning has been dropped from areas west of Aberdeen, but it continues here for the gusty wind potential with the storms. Here is what the Aberdeen National Weather Service office is saying, moving off to the northeast, 36 mile per hour tornado possible. And we do have areas like Columbia, Sand Lake, and the Wildlife Refuge, Sand Lake Wildlife, and also the Tacoma Park area. So those storms quite severe, moving off to, again, the northeast, and the clip of or movement is about 36 miles per hour. Let's check that tornado possible thing here and see where that's at. The Aberdeen radar is right here. We got wind moving toward the radar here and away here. So there is some shear right in the middle of that puppy right there. That's where the greatest risk is for seeing some spin in this storm. So if there were going to be a tornado, it is about how many miles south of Westport and north of Aberdeen? Let's go east of Aberdeen of 7 miles. So about halfway between Westport and Aberdeen is that rotating part of the storm up there. So again, gusty straight line winds, the main threat, an isolated spin up, cannot be ruled out. It's moving into the Columbia area with its movement being about 35 miles per hour. I will time this out for you folks in this area. Okay, let me clear that. There, now I can see. All right, so from Westport, in the rotating part of the storm near Aberdeen, working its way off to this way, 36 miles per hour, puts it near Westport by 12:55 or now. So that's over you. The rotating part of the storm here heading in toward Columbia will be there by 1:08. Be prepared for gusty straight line wind potential, but also a tornado possible tag on this storm moving through Aberdeen. Now Claremont by 1:30 and 1:34. It's going to be a Hecla storm in Hecla as it works its way up in that general direction if it holds together. Now south of there, as we go in towards the area of south of Mellot, the storm's moving through that area right now, heading in towards Brantford and moving through. See, there's a little bit of a notch here, a backward C shape, so there is some energy getting pushed out of the storm right here. Little hail core south of Frankfurt possible as it moves its way through, but a pretty big backward C shape here, another one here, and then we got some fingers dangling out here. Kind of an interesting feature, but if you get a gust coming out of the storm, it can cause a cloud. It can be an inflow cloud as well. So these little fingers can sometimes generate what we call a hook echo. So there is the possibility for some spinning up along this, and I'll be darned, it says tornado possible with this particular thunderstorm line as well. Remember, this is a solid line of thunderstorms that's not as solid as it looks. It's pretty solid, but here's a storm. This is where a hail core is. Is that where it's raining? We don't know. This is just a look at what's at the cloud level, at the bottom level of the cloud. So because of that, we can't tell you it's raining in this spot or this spot for sure. That's why when something like this moves over you, if you're in the updraft part of the storm, the radar is seeing the raindrops in the cloud. That doesn't mean they're falling. It could still be rising. It doesn't mean that they're hitting the ground right now. So oftentimes that's why you look at a radar scan and say, by gosh, how come it's raining? It's not raining. It says it should be raining. It's just what's in the cloud, and as meteorologists, we interpret radar data, but it's important to keep that in mind. So not everybody's going to get hit. Now let's take a look at the velocity in the storm relative velocity, and see where the spin, if any, is real evident with this storm. Remembering that the radar is located up here in and around Aberdeen, we do have a solid area of green, which is kind of flow in the general direction of Aberdeen. And here you have some stronger flow away from the radar in Aberdeen. So a little bit of shear on this Brentford area of the storm out here, a little pooch or a backward C shape here, which could indicate that we got some pretty strong outflow heading into the Doland area, as well as the that Turton area as well. So these storms here, big time gusty winds, 60 miles per hour, maybe a little bit stronger in a few spots. And of course, a tornado can't be ruled out. Could be a little bit more of a chance, maybe right in this particular area too, as we see some shear or spin in that. So again, gusty wind, main threat, isolated tornado can't be ruled out. If you have severe weather to report, including tree branches that get snapped and the like, it's good to pass that information along to me here. And I'll pass it along to our local weather service offices so everybody can be informed about what's going on. Thanks for your question. What about Jamestown? We've been talking about those storms are moving their way in. Let me go back to the regular radar data here so we can see that you got a line of what looks like mishmash, but we got to switch our radar over. Okay, so these storms. Now let me go ahead and plot the individual cells here. Pardon me. Double check the movement so I can be accurate with my timing estimate here as best I can. And while this is loading up, we're seeing that we do have a couple little triangles here. Those are hail cells. These are moving off to a northeast. Let's get the average speed of the storms heading towards Jamestown. It's near Gackle now, moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So it's stuff south of you that'll be crossing into Jamestown and the Jamestown Reservoir, moving at 35. We have a little rotation picked up in the thunderstorm here, a mesoscale, a mesocyclone detected there, a rotating thunderstorm. Anyways, it's moving its way, well, it's basically just developing, it looks like. So next to it, this storm is moving 46 miles per hour to the northeast. So the average speed here is, we'll go with 40 miles per hour. So here's what's coming towards Jamestown now. It's moving out of Gackle, it's moving through Cleveland, and it's heading in towards Jamestown. And as I put my little pencil here, or crayon on it, and move it here and say, this is moving in your general direction at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. We'll put it in Jamestown by 1:21. So you got about 20 minutes. Will it still be severe? Notice the severe thunderstorm warning cuts off right here. It's not in everybody's county that this is. Now it's going to be crossing over. So the question is, will it still be severe as it crosses out? If you ask me right now, I am not seeing hail cores here. The main threat is going to be gusty straight line winds with this storm. And will we have the chance for any spin with it as it moves towards Jamestown, Buchanan by 123, Spiritwood by 141? Well, we haven't gotten a lot of reports from this storm as it's moved through the area, so that's a good sign with regards to the risk for the severeness of the storm. But let's go ahead and look at Hutch's burp calculator here with regards to that wind gust potential with the storm. And here we go. Now, as you take a look, these orange colors, the brighter orange ones here, have a greater wind speed potential with them as it's moving its way off to the east. So let's go ahead and say, yo, Mr. Computer, what's going on with this storm by Gackle? Well, it's estimating that in isolated spots, 55 to 60 mile per hour gusts are heading towards Jamestown. 55 is not deemed severe, 60 is deemed severe. So it's going to be threshold severe gusty winds moving towards the Jamestown area, Buchanan, the Jamestown Reservoir area. If you are out this weekend camping on the Jamestown Reservoir or anywhere out there, if you're in a mobile home, if you're in a trailer, please make sure that you know where you can go to get to some safe shelter. I'm not saying there's a tornado that's going to happen, but gusty winds to 70 miles per hour require some sturdy shelter as well. And we don't want you in something like that if a tree falls, so keep that in mind. Here you are, Devil's Lake. Same thing goes with the burp calculator for you outside of Cheyenne, some 60 mile per hour gust potential, severe thunderstorm warning for your area. Oberon, same thing goes, 60 plus mile per hour hour gusts in and around your area towards Minnewacan, moving towards and south of Minnewacan, another burp of gusty winds. Maddock, the winds there 55 to 60 mile per hour, but the strongest appear to be on the right side of you out to the east and moving away, but we still have some stout burps coming down over you now. Now, as we look up towards Brinsmead, Leeds, and on the north side of the big lake here, we're talking about near 60 mile per hour gusts heading right toward the Highway 2 corridor there. Rugby, what are you getting out there? Some gusty storms, and Hutch's burp calculator here says the burp might get up to 58 miles per hour. That's a lot of hot air, and that's what's coming out of this storm. So for this area of the thunderstorm warning, we're talking about severe thunderstorm potential with some penny-sized hail and 60 mile per hour gusts. So that's a look at that. Let me time it for you again as we continue to cover your weather here on Hutch's Weather. So again, that motion is generally moving off to the east-northeast. Not at 70 miles per hour, let's put it there. All right, Leeds, 103, Minnewacan, 104, Fort Totten, 115. So within the next 5 to 14 minutes, those communities can expect thunderstorm activity. Shortly behind it, Church's Ferry, it'll be on its way towards you as well. Now, as you look out towards Candu and Devil's Lake and Crary, 128 or 130 to 140, and then on towards Starkweather, about 148. That's a long time out yet before it reaches you, and whether or not it'll still be severe, we'll keep you apprised of that. So again, gusty wind, the main threat from those storms. It looks a lot muddled there from my view from the Mayville radar. And that's kind of a good sign. It's not as organized as it once was. Let me see if I can go ahead and pull up a look at the Deering radar site. Might be just a pinch closer to these storms still. So yes, Belcourt, Bottineau, line of thunderstorms pushing its way here, but almost stagnant. It's been raining an awful long time in Bottineau County. As we go out towards Belcourt, we're seeing the same thing. Leeds, we're seeing those showers and thunderstorms on this curved axis here. A cluster of storms from Rugby right into Leeds, pushing its way north and east slowly. And then this activity through New Rockford and Carrington now, just making its way into that, Highway 200 corridor and up into New Rockford at this time. So thank you much. Let's see what we got going on. Andrew, message retracted. All right, thanks, Andrew. Thanks for joining Hutch's Weather. I do appreciate it. Let's see if there's a couple more questions out here. Rhiannon, Aberdeen. Aberdeen, yeah, we do have storms making their way out of Aberdeen now, and they are moving off to the east of the area. There have been gusty wind potential with those storm cells as they work through. Sorry if you already answered this question, just got in. Brandy, let's see. What is the likeness of FM and surrounding areas? Probably closer to the 4 to 5 a.m. time frame right now. The likelihood of severe storms, questionable. We'll see what these storms are producing as far as wind gusts when they move through our neighbors right to the east. Models had our storm system kind of tapering off in its intensity of the winds as we went through the early morning hours. And I am seeing a decrease in the intensity of these winds. The intensity of the hail has dropped off consistently as well. But we still do have some very strong wind reports coming in from some areas. So keep that in mind. And some shear where we have tornado possible tags on a few of these storms moving through parts of South Dakota, including east of Aberdeen right now. I'll get back on those storms in a second. Do we think the wind will be bad for Grand Forks or just rain? Mainly just rain. It'll be a little bit later before they get there. We could still have some windy storms, but notice all of our warnings are now basically the Highway 200 corridor moving in towards Devil's Lake. So that does include, you can see behind my shoulder here, there's Grand Forks. So it'll be a little while yet, but it's on its way. And if it's severe, I'm here. I'll let you know. Just check back in with me. Tornadoes in Aberdeen, question mark. I'm not expecting that. Rhiannon, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, I hope and thank you so very much for being a part of Hutch's Weather. We'll get back down to those storms here momentarily. And in fact, while I'm answering your question, let's sneak on down there now. Got to turn on the Aberdeen radar so we can see it even better. And let's have a look at what's going on. So the main brunt of these storms has pushed to the east of you. Yes, they're strong. Yes, they're severe. Tornado possible tag on these storms. Tornado possible tag on these storms, because there are some areas where the wind is accelerating out of the storms, causing the little sawtooths that we're seeing here on the leading edge of these storms. And anywhere around there, we could get a spin up from these storms. It's not highly likely, but it is a possibility. So that's why the National Weather Service says we can't rule out a tornado in the thunderstorm warning from Groton down towards the Dolan area. So these are moving out of Aberdeen. Big time heavy rain from Roscoe to Ipswich, Hosmer, all the way out to Long Lake and Leola at this particular time as well. Hecla, these storms are making their way towards you. No warning for you, but look at this little notch taken out of the storm right by Columbia. That looks suspicious. Let's analyze that for spin or shear. And again, from the area radar here in and around Aberdeen, this is what we're seeing. And I'm seeing that we have wind moving toward the radar here and then away from the radar here. So there's a pretty good little couplet potential right here. A couplet is an area where we have the shear or the winds, and you almost see a little bit of curving to that couplet right there. Right there, possible tornado could be taking place as we look in and around the Columbia area. Now we can mark that and then take a look at that area just off to the other side of Columbia. Let me move the radar map over. There we go. Okay. All right, now I need to go back to the velocity stuff here. My apologies. All right, so here, even in the velocity data right here, you got this notch in the storm right there. So there is some evidence here that this storm could be producing some very tight spin in that particular area. This storm is moving off to the northeast at about 36 miles per hour, looking for this same area right here and seeing if we have, yeah, we got some blue showing up in and close to the area of spin and rotation, but it's all along this leading edge of the storm. So what the blue tells me is we have a low similarity amongst targets, which could just be some dust in the air from the wind getting kicked up. So we'd expect to see a lowering of this value in more blue right exactly where we see that spin or shear marker. Now we're going to look for a red marker here on this next thing that's called target differences. And right here we have a little ball of red showing up right in this exact area where we have the shear and that also marker from the correlation coefficient, which was a little bit lower. So there is some evidence we could be having a spin up right here with this storm just to the northeast of Columbia as it's working through. So dangerous storms, if you're in the path of them and you're camping, get out of the camper and get into something more sturdy. Gusty straight line winds to 60 miles per hour. And as the warning says, a tornado cannot be ruled out. So your safety is your decision, and it's a good idea, in my opinion, to kind of look yourself for some more sturdy structure if you're in some sort of a compromised setting. From Groton and south, these storms also have the tornado possible tag. The last time I checked, I do believe that's still there. Indeed, it is possible. Penny-sized hail, 60 mile per hour gusts from these storms. This is a big, huge warning area. Thanks, Amy, for sharing stars with Hutch. Heather, thank you much. What about hail in Jamestown? Hail is not the main threat, so I'm not expecting hail to be significantly large. Severe to us meteorologists is 1 inch in diameter and larger. That causes the most damage. In a camper in Madoc, it's bright out here. Wow. So lightning lighting up the sky in Madoc out there. Thanks for your update here. A couple more things I want to analyze on this line of storms. Are there anywhere here that is showing Hutch some concern for some spin in the storms? A couple little notches showing up down here. From Aberdeen on the top side, we got wind towards the radar, wind away from the radar. So there are a couple of areas of shear or spin in this. It's not clear. It's not, emphatically positive, but there are some areas of concern. North of Condi, north of Turton, and south of Dolan, a few different areas along this long line of thunderstorms capable of some brief spin or shear in the atmosphere. All right, a question about Jamestown right now. Let's get to the closer radar. That would be the Mayville radar. There we go. All right, there is no severe thunderstorm warning in Jamestown. You can see this thunderstorm is on its way into that general direction. Let's go to the regular light thunderstorm data here. Here it is. So here we've got this pretty straight line of thunderstorm activity pushing its way off to the east. This is actually, a half a dozen or more thunderstorms, individual thunderstorm cells through northern Stutsman County. These are pushing in. They're moving off to the east at a fairly good clip. Let's take a look at the latest speed and movement of these cells as we are heading into the wee hours of the morning here. And again, if you're just joining, thank you for joining. I appreciate if you're watching me on my YouTube channel, please hit the subscribe button, join the party here. And Let Hutch cover your weather. I appreciate your trust, and I don't take it lightly. As we take a look, this is the cell that'll be in and around Jamestown and the Jamestown Reservoir heading towards Wimbledon. As far as hail threat goes, there is a hail marker on this triangle, but it's not big time or severe size hail. So we're talking about maybe half-inch diameter hail from that cell. So it's not the biggest of hail, but there is a chance for some. Had some wind in Maddock, but it wasn't horrible. Thank you, Chance, for your update there. I do appreciate it. What about severe weather in Jamestown? I think I got that question going right now. So that catches me up there. Let me go ahead and let you know that in Jamestown, some of these thunderstorm cells will have some areas of gusty wind. And what do we got for any spin or anything like that? Taking a look at that real quickly for you. Boy, it's just really jagged and muddled, almost hard to read because all these thunderstorm cells are causing little burps out, and in between them you got inflow with some wind blowing in. But this is wind blowing away from Mayville, North Dakota, and wind weakly towards. So that could be argued that there is a little bit of shear there. Some of the stronger winds are blowing right along the highway. What is that? That's 36, my bad, from Robinson outside of Tuttle and heading into Woodworth there. Some pretty stout looking wind velocities there. Let me go ahead and analyze or ask the radar, what is it measuring straight radial velocity moving towards the radar? And as we look at some of these numbers, you're looking, did I see a 70 in there? I thought I did. Well, anyways, 55 to 60 mile per hour winds above the ground, mind you, are showing up, moving right towards Mayville. So this is a pretty good measurement of where the strongest core of winds are moving in. And that is right along that the Highway 35 corridor from Robinson to Woodworth and Pingree and points north. Pretty gusty, severe wind potential there. Not seeing as much severe wind potential down to the south, but the wind is going to be coming at you from this direction and the beam is coming this way. So the beam can only measure wind that's coming directly toward the radar along that beam or directly away from the radar on the beam. So if the wind is crossing the radar beam at all, we're just going to get a small portion of that measurement. And the portion gets smaller and smaller as the angle of the real wind and the angle of the beam become perpendicular. If we have wind perpendicular to the beam, we'll measure 0 for the wind speed. We won't know nothing, and it could be blowing 199 miles an hour. So here is what's going on across the region. We got some gusty winds, northern Stutzman, south of Carrington. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there. That warning is in effect here for the next little bit. Let me just double check that for you. And that's in effect until one more minute, 1:15. So we'll keep you posted right here. You're watching Hutch's Weather. You're a part of the coverage. Thank you so much. See if I've got any more folks here that have uploaded any pictures, because that's always part of the game. This time of night, it gets a little hard to see what's going on outside, but I certainly do appreciate all of you who have uploaded your photos throughout the evening. So nothing new yet at this particular time. Thanks for being there, says Amy. Thank you for being here as well. I appreciate it, and appreciate it very much. That's what I do. And just trying to keep everybody ahead of the game. The severe thunderstorm warning for Stutzman County has been dropped. It does not look like a new one has been issued. It's been allowed to expire. The risk for the gusts has waned. We're not seeing as many reports of strong gusts in any of our area stations right now, and that's a good thing. As we take a look to confirm this, I'm going to look at our network of weather instruments across the region here in North Dakota. There's a group of instruments called the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network, or NDON, and the NDON peak gust map helps us see where those peak gusts are. 47 miles per hour is the peak gust today. That's a pretty close to within about 9-10 miles per hour of severe here in and around the Jamestown area. So gusty winds moving into Jamestown right now. Let me know what you're hearing. What is Devil's Lake looking like? Well, let's go answer that directly by seeing what it is truly looking like from the DOT. Here's a look at these cameras up here. We do have thunderstorms in and around the area, and they're on the west and south side of Detroit Lakes moving towards, Devil's Lake, not Detroit Lakes. And your question is about Devil's Lake. I just had to double check. It's getting a little late, or early as it were. I'm not seeing any rain on the southwest side of Devil's Lake right now as we look in at a couple of these views. Here is, well, I don't know what that is. I don't in Sasquatch, but something there on the scan. I don't know, something on the camera lens. All right, not seeing anything there on the north side of Devil's Lake. These storms, this is out by Leeds. And again, the storms are in the general direction of leads, but they're not there yet. I don't see anything heavy that's falling down out of the sky. So we got to go just a little bit west of there. They are approaching, and they're within moments of the Devil's Lake Basin right now. So if the radar was on here, it would show those storms right about there. So that's what's going on there. I'm not able to see anything from those cameras, but if we get out here by Rugby, well, let's see. I don't even see much going on there. I don't know what that is. Kind of looks like snow, but I don't want to go there. Oh yeah, well, we got us some raindrops coming down. So we got some rain in and around the Rugby area. Heavy in places, and that's what it looks like there. I do not see that the rain has moved into the Devil's Lake area on the lake itself on the west side, and in town things are looking peaceful and quiet right now with approaching thunderstorms, and it does not look like those thunderstorms are presently severe. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings in North Dakota as these storms are moving east. That is a good sign. We're picking up that lightning intensity again along the international border. A few more lightning strikes starting to show up there. And now as we get you back to the radar site here, pardon me, there it is. And here we go. So again, finally, we have the first time in hours that we do not have an active severe warning of any type in North Dakota. Now remember, the severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until 4 a.m. here. So for the next 3 hours, for parts of eastern North Dakota, but these storms are already encroaching on that area. So as I put up your watch boundaries here, where the watches have been issued, let me see if I can see where those are. There they are. Okay, so these will be turning on. You see this little skinny yellow box. These storms here are not severe, not going to be severe. These still have a chance of it. It sneaks down around Devil's Lake. The watch does not include Devil's Lake. It does include Jamestown, and it does include southeast North Dakota down here near the Dickey and Lemoore County areas. So this particular thunderstorm watch was in effect until 4. These storms were expected to not be through this area until 4. It's only 1. So they are racing through and are going to be there a little bit. They'll probably be closer to Fargo by the time we get to 4. The strongest cells on the radar beam right now, as far as intensity goes, can be diagnosed by lightning strikes that we're seeing in the area, and more intense lightning strikes not far from Devil's Lake and Maddock. And we're also seeing those pushing up in towards and around you folks up there in the Belcourt area right now. So that's what's going on with those. We do have some strong thunderstorms that have a backward C shape that are moving right along the North Dakota-South Dakota border, heading in the general direction of Sisseton, Watertown, and the I-29 corridor right now. Probably the greatest chance of some gusty winds remaining here. These have more of now a straight look without this backward C shape, and that's that diagnostic of that. So in and around Aberdeen, let me go ahead and give you the update. The Jamestown area, there is a statement from the National Weather Service in Bismarck says, this is moving northeast at 37 miles per hour. 50 to 55 mile per hour gusts are just less than severe, likely from the storm, and only 1/4 inch diameter hail. So hail, not the main threat anymore, and the gusty wind potential for the line of storms right now in and around that Jamestown area seems to be waning just a bit, and that's a good sign. Now, we did get a 47 mile per hour measurement in Jamestown, and the storms are fixing to move through as we speak. It looks like we're getting a new scan in right now, and there they are. They're right on the doorstep of town. Let me go in and take a look at the single site radar data. We are looking from Mayville, and here we see that at least at cloud level, the thunderstorm activity and heavier rain is pushing in. There could be some hail up here by the Pingree Buchanan area in northern Stutsman County that's making its way off to the east. Now, when we start seeing the storm pulse up and create the pinks and the hailstone potential with the storms, depending on how high it lofts that hail up in the sky, by the way, it can lead to, when it collapses, some pretty gusty winds still. So we'll keep our eyes on things. These cells here are moving off to the north and east at a fairly good clip, and we'll be heading towards places like Kensal, Wimbledon, and Spiritwood, as well as Jamestown, where we have the Jamestown Reservoir up here north of town, and that's where those are moving at this time. So that's that. Down in South Dakota, Hecla, your area out towards Britain, South Dakota, this line of thunderstorms right here has a little backward C shape moving in, 50 mile per hour gusts possible, and not expecting hail, although we're showing some signs of some increased reflectivities. It's not necessarily severe sized hail. Down south here, I will have to switch to a different radar so we can get in on the action and see it from close up from Aberdeen. Now we can see what looks like a solid line, but again, individual thunderstorm cells that are each producing surges and gusts of wind out there. So here is a backward C shape. There's a little notch in the storm out here that can kind of indicate a real gust of wind out there south of the Doland area. I think we're looking at some spin in that storm a little bit ago, and it still looks to be evident on the reflectivity side of things with regards to the structure we're seeing there. And then we still see south of Raymond is where we have the wind blowing towards Aberdeen and the wind blowing away, a little bit of shear along the boundary there. Remember, this severe thunderstorm warning that is issued for parts of eastern and northern South Dakota rather, is still bringing the threat for 3/4 inch diameter hail and tornado possible tag. And I am just diagnosing where the best chance of that spin is at any given time. So where we see on these graphics here, the greens next to the red, you see solid green next to red. Does that mean there's a tornado everywhere? Absolutely not. But where we see little wiggles out like this, and we have some greens next to reds, and it's fairly bright, then those areas have stronger wind and stronger circulation. It is not classic textbook strong. It's just there, and there's shear and there's spin along that line. This storm is getting to the right edge or the boundary of the end of the warning area, and the warning expires at 1:30 in 7 minutes. So we'll see if the Weather Service is choosing in Aberdeen to continue those. We do have a thunderstorm wind gust report here in Redfield not that long ago of the storm that was at severe criteria there. So at least we're getting some feedback from the data stations out there. So that's what's going on right now across our area. The Jamestown area seeing some severe storms. I am going to stay on guard and on duty here and keeping my eyes on the skies for you as we go through. I appreciate your comments and questions around the way. Kiana, thank you for asking about Grand Forks. We do have some thunderstorms out here not far from New Rockford and Carrington that'll be moving in your general direction, but it is going to take a bit of time. I will go over with you right now, and for all of you who have been asking questions right now, with a look at what I expect the forecast to be, we can take a look at the latest forecast model together. It comes out every hour. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that's a terrible thing because it changes its mind every hour. So it's best not to get too carried away with this, but let's go ahead and take a look at what this storm system is looking like it's going to be doing. This model only goes out just a little bit, so it is absolutely the latest model run here. South winds, the South Dakota storms continuing their trek eastward toward the I-29 corridor. This is 3 a.m. Still not in the I-29 corridor yet. These storms heading towards Fargo make their way in our general direction, and as we get towards 4 to 5 a.m., that timing looks to be still solid for the arrival of these storms in Fargo and actually Grand Forks. So what looks like the area of thunderstorm cells up here that looks stagnant is slowly going to work its way up in towards places like Walhalla and Langdon and the Icelandic State Park area here eventually. So you want to keep in mind some thunderstorm potential is going to be there. The number one threat will be gusty winds tonight. Some storms may still be capable of a 60-mile-per-hour gust in isolated locations. We're not seeing, widespread 60-mile-per-hour gust reports. So for those of you in the Devil's Lake Basin, we'll back up a notch or two so you can see right here as we look into Ransom County and, excuse me, I think my camera just jumped. That's kind of a weird deal. But at any rate, as we move through time here, we're going to see the storms push into the Devil's Lake Basin by the time we get to about 3 a.m. or so. So that's when the timing looks like to be on track for your area. And then it continues to move off to the east. Will it impact Lakes Country? And the answer is yes. Look at southern and western Minnesota, the I-90 corridor north of Sioux Falls, northwestern parts of Iowa, seeing these storms push in. There'll be a little more robust activity here with regards to the threat for gusty winds and maybe even some smaller hail. These storms here appear to be losing energy. They are falling apart between Grand Forks and Fargo on this particular model run. We'll see if that's how it pans out. But what does end up happening a lot of times is these storms on the south side accelerate past these storms up north, and then they rob the inflow of warm, moist air from them. So I talk about that quite a bit, and that could impact those storms on the north side and their severity. But it does show, as we go into daybreak here, this is 6 a.m., Kitson County. So you folks up there in the Hallock area, get a chance at some morning thunderstorms, and those will be exiting through parts of Lakes Country. Do they look severe? No. The strongest ones will be down in southern Minnesota and along the international border, with things quieting down for the mid-morning hours there as we go through. So that's a quick look at your forecast. I'm here to keep my eyes on the skies for you, and for now I'll be back with updates right here. You're watching Hutch's Weather. Thanks so much.
You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arise, find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. Wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arise, through the find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' lie with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the
behind any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resets the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the
behind any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' light. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the
behind any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the
behind any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we come live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the
find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat.
All right, everybody, here we go. All right, meteorologist Hutch Johnson joining you. We're going to take a look at what's going on the latest scans. We have some recent wind gust reports in northeast South Dakota. The strongest storms have blasted through Aberdeen with 75-mile-per-hour winds. We also have a report just downwind from that near Groton of a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Backwards C-shape to the radar data here does indicate we still have that wind threat and potential as the storms move in the general direction of Sisseton, the strongest cells on the south side of the whole line of storms. Now, someone was asking about Mitchell, South Dakota. Storms are becoming less organized in this cluster from Huron down towards the Mitchell, South Dakota area, but south of there, as we head into Corsica, Platte, we're seeing some very stout thunderstorms there, and the wind gusts are around 60 miles per hour. You may have saw me penciling up here, but we've got some renegade thunderstorm development out here in and around Grand Forks. You see that cluster of nonsense going on? That just fired up out of the middle of nowhere with a little bit of thunder and lightning now starting to really pick up and intensify as well. So remember, I talked about the fact that the outflow from these storms, as well as the energy from these storms pushing into more humid air out here, could lead to some interesting things. So this is something new that's just developed here. Now, it's not severe at this particular point, and I don't expect it to have a great chance at being severe, but I am going to keep my eyes on it. And that does mean if we go ahead and loop this for you over the last couple of scans, that we could see a chance for a few of these storms to, well, beef up in intensity here. So let this loop for just a second. You'll see it forming down here near Hatton and not far from Thompson, pushing right up into Emerado and Grand Forks. So some lightning and thunder there. We are at Icelandic State Park, so I've been in and out of your lives. Elir, thank you very much for joining. Also, a big thanks for all you do, especially for these things draw super late or early hours. Definitely not an easy task. I know I had to fix me a little bowl of ice cream and treat myself there for a moment. But again, here is a look at what's going on there. And now let's take a look at some of your questions as well. So, and also show you the rest of the region to show you where things are happening and what's going on as we go through. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Grand Forks area. This storm is just developing. It's just starting to move. I'm going to go ahead and stop this from looping. Pause, stop. And now we'll go back to the single site radar data here. We got to make sure I'm looking at the Mayville radar data. It is. Here we go. On the south side of this storm, we have a little appendage on the outside, a little bit of a more intense updraft taking place there with the possibility of some small hail. This is not a huge thunderstorm yet, but it is intensifying right now and building as we head into the overnight hours. Some heavy rain in Thompson, or at least maybe it's just developing and not the rain reaching the ground. So bigger raindrops, we'll say, over the Thompson area heading into the general direction of Grand Forks. Now, when I take a look at the individual cells that are making up this cluster of thunderstorms that has developed just off in the southern parts of Grand Forks County, remember, not just one storm, but a few different cells. This one near Thompson pushing right into Grand Forks and East Grand Forks. It looks like it's moving very fast. I'm not sure if I believe that speed of movement being upwards of, 36 miles per hour. Maybe that's about right. That's not too far off base. It just looked like it was one. So let's get you timed out in Grand Forks. The cell near the Thompson area, moving this way, moving up. Oh boy, that was a terrible line, Johnson. Let's go too much ice cream. No, it's actually sitting in front of me. Let's go and take a look here. 36 miles per hour, Manville 224, Grand Forks 226, on towards East Grand Forks 226, Oslo and Alvarado before 245. That line of thunderstorms that's just now developing is working its way through. How severe will it get? How strong will it get? Will it even be severe? Not banking on it, but we'll keep our eyes on it. So we can see the big batch of thunderstorms working their way through North Dakota. Belcourt now, Rock Lake, Camden in Towner County, seeing storms pushing into the Langdon Cavalier area. Just got a note here from someone out at Icelandic State Park. What's going on? Checking in with the lives. And I will say none of these storms in the north side have been severe for some time. No reports of severe weather across the northern one half of North Dakota for quite some time. That's good news with regards to the risk for very, very gusty winds. So I do, before I want to say anything here, yes, they could pulse up and become stronger as they go through. And if a warning is issued, I want you to make sure you have a way to get that warning. Do you have Hutch's weather app there, Elir? If you have a cell phone, search Hutch's weather in the App Store now, download it, and allow it to follow your device's location. If a warning's issued, it's going to make a noise and it's going to let you know and wake you up. But not only that, here we go. Let's take a look at these storms. The movement of these storms generally to the north and east. So Icelandic State Park here in northeastern parts of North Dakota, making its way up here, is going to take a bit of time. So it looks like 31 miles per hour. Now, unless something goes on with these cells and they form and something new forms right here, just like happened to Grand Forks, if these cells are moving your way, which has been the trend throughout the night, moving at a speed of only about 25 miles per hour, your distance away from these guys at the Icelandic State Park area, let's put it right here, is going to be about 49 miles per hour. And again, the motion of these storms not terribly strong. You're 2 hours away. It's 4:11 yet. So get a little rest, set an alarm, and then take a look. You'll hear the thunder and lightning and wind possibly picking up as the storms approach. Now, in Munich, we have a little bit of a hail cell moving towards you, northeast, and not severe at this time. None of these cells are severe. Now, as we take another gander at some of these storms that are moving towards Cooperstown, I do notice a little backwards C shape here, maybe evidence of some gustier wind potential from those cells. But again, the thunderstorm cells themselves are moving this way, meaning torrential rain and numerous storms passing over the same area. Do you see that? So you might have one storm crossing over into Lakota here from your south here, then another one here, then 3, then 4, then 5, and then it should slide off to the east of you as we go through. Same thing for Wimbledon. So we could be having some river level problems or some rises in some little watersheds out there as we go through the overnight hours. Here's a look at the estimate of rainfall that's taken place with these guys, because I do think that that could be a concern. So let's take a look here. This is a look at storm total precipitation estimates by radar. Estimates can be skewed by hail, but we haven't had a lot of that lately. In and around Devil's Lake, are you seeing this with me? Woo-wee! We're talking about, let me just plot that up there. Let's see what's one. Oh, what's going on here? I think my little line path is still on here. Okay, so why am I still seeing that? Let me turn you off. There we go. It finally went away. So now as we take a look, we do have about 1 inch in and around the Devil's Lake area. Cheyenne, New Rockford area, about 1/10 of an inch to 2/10 of an inch. Leeds a little soggier there, 1.1 inches of rain there. So we're not seeing terrible amounts of rain, but look at Stutsman County. Thunder and lightning returning back in over 1 inch in some places between the Jamestown area as well as Medina. So good rainfall potential from these storms as they work their way up to the north and east. And now these are just forming in and around Thompson already, showing the potential for 2 or 3/10 of an inch of rain. Elir, that's good. Also, big thanks for all you do. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for checking in with your questions. So, little hails came down between Edgeland and Callio. Thank you much, Kim, for your report. I appreciate that very much. And it's raining in Thompson. So, the rain is reaching the ground in Thompson, and the radar estimates here just upwind from you, it's heading your way, upwards of about 2 to 3/10 of an inch of rain falling in the area as well. So some of the activity that you see out here, the rainfall was from earlier in the day that moved through the Fargo area. So good and beneficial rainfall. Look at this, most of North Dakota getting some measurable rainfall. Not everybody got rain here, but the Doppler radar does a good job of estimating about how much may have fallen between rain gauges. Flooding amounts of rain out in parts of northeast Montana out there. Check out these estimates of rainfall out here as we sneak out into your neck of the woods. A 3.2 Culbertson getting up here to the north of Brockton. We had 3.4 up and around Scobie. We had 3.8 inches of rain. That's redonky-donk amounts of rain, and even 4.2 south of Brockton there. So some gully washers and worm stranglers out in parts of northeast Montana. So storms moving through Bismarck. We had had some tornado warnings north and south of the Bismarck area. We see that the southern Missouri River Valley picking up good and beneficial amounts of rain. So the risk of severe is not zero. In fact, we have a couple of storms out here that are on the strong side right now. And as we continue, we do have that line of storms heading into the Sisseton area that's working its way through. Now we have Mitchell in a severe thunderstorm warning. We just talked about those looking less organized, and we got a new thunderstorm warning. So we'll go ahead and cover that for you folks down there. I did get a question for Mitchell. I'll give you an answer right now. See if I can find out where that came from. Tornado risk for Fargo is very, very low. Thanks for your support of stars, Val. I appreciate that. Thundering pretty good right now. Getting loud outside, says Caitlin in Grand Forks. Thank you for your report. Allow me to turn on the single site radar data out here. We're going to go to Sioux Falls radar. It's the closest one, looking right into the Mitchell corn maze right now to see if there's any corn flying. Let's see what we got going on. Being as patient as I can with my computer here while it thinks, I may have to sneak down and make it plot temperatures just to clear its brain out for just a minute. Sometimes I need to do the same thing. Okay, now let's go back to single site radar data. Clicking in on Sioux Falls. I don't think there's a problem with the Sioux Falls radar site here, but I'm not seeing anything. Certainly is the closest radar. Okay, that is the Rapid City radar. Now let's try going back to Sioux Falls. Come on, Sioux Falls. Did I lose a scan or two? I'm just not seeing it trying to load anything up here. So something's going on there. I apologize. I'm just going to go to the composite radar site. That will get me something in the area here. Oh, I see nothing in the, there it is. Okay, so here we go. Some thunderstorms moving out of the Wagner area and the Parkston area are pushing their way up in towards Mitchell. And this line of storms right here is prompting the severe thunderstorm warning for Parkston and into Mitchell and the I-90 corridor of parts of southern South Dakota. It's considerable damage threat with the measurement of 1.5 inch diameter hail potential out there and 70 mile per hour winds. So significant storminess now on the south side. We talked about this throughout the night. Down here in the south and moving into parts of southern Minnesota is where we're going to have that best risk of some strong to severe thunderstorms going into your morning hours. So again, moving northeast at 36 miles per hour by my earlobe here. I will go ahead and track these storms for you. 36 mile per hour northeast. Here is the leading edge of the thunderstorm warning criteria. The strongest cells are these down by Wagner. Moving northeast at 36, Wagner by 218. They'll be there in any second. Stickney and Plankinton by about that, 220 time frame. Mount Vernon, 237. Tripp, 243. Parkston by 244 and on towards Mitchell by 255. So it'll be a little while with the current rate of movement there. You do have some Mitchell thunderstorm activity now, but the main line that this warning was prompted by right here, and in particular, this activity here that's moving in towards Parkston has that potential for some pretty sizable hail. We did get a wind gust report out here at 1:43, so not that long ago, 60 mile per hour from a personal weather station. Another one out here to the west a little farther, 71 mile per hour. That was at 1:30, so not all that long ago. 71 mile per hour gusts, and the stuff moving towards Wagner, 58 mile per hour gusts. We do have a 71 mile per hour gust out there near Herrick, as well as this nice little measurement here. I think we looked at that, 60. And then south as we go into parts of to the south of you here, Spencer area. Well, what is this? Okay, this is in 10 miles southeast of Mills in Nebraska. There's some pretty significant gusts there, 63 miles per hour. So that's what's going on in and around your area in parts of southern South Dakota. Thanks for asking. I appreciate you watching. Caitlin Thundering, thank you for your report. Let's take a look at what's going on in Webster and Sisseton. Hutch, when will the storms hit the northern metro? Thanks. 1P4G. So if you're talking about Metro Fargo Moorhead, look at this. So we got this line of storms that's kind of curving here. Looks like it's moving into Richland County now, out of Sargent and Ransom counties. It will be pushing into now western parts of the areas up here in Barnes County. Now, none of this is severe at this particular time. Will it be severe? We're not getting much evidence here that these are severe thunderstorms at all in North Dakota, and some of the strongest activity is this newfangled thing starting up and pushing into the area near Grand Forks. Thanks for your question. 1P4G Twin Cities, going to be a long time. So let's give you an idea here based on the model data. Thank you for your question. We'll go ahead and pull that up real quickly. This will not take too long, but essentially the thunderstorms down here are the strong bananas. And as we put the bananas into motion here, we'll see where they're going. This model goes out long enough to get us into the morning hours here. So by the time we see the I-29 corridor getting impacted in eastern South Dakota, it looks close to 10Z. That's 5 a.m. So getting towards daybreak. Boom, shakalaka. Moving down the I-90 corridor is the mean layer of the thunderstorms. This will be the windier potential. And again, most of the thunderstorms tonight, at least since sunset, the strongest ones have been found on the far southern flank here. Now, will they impact the Twin Cities? The models have said yes and point south as you go through, but it looks like more southern metro than northern metro. As we back this up a frame or two, you can see now your Ramsey County area out here in the Twin Cities. So generally, Twin Cities and point south in towards you folks out there in Owatonna and out down towards Mason City in Iowa. A chance for those storms to push in. This is the time frame of this, by the way, leading edge making its way in by 7 to 8 a.m. as the way it looks. So that's your question. I hope that helps. I did just get some kind of big gold noise. That usually means something's going on. Did we issue a new warning here? Let's see. Or did a watch get canceled? So let's go here and take a look at the watch update for you. And then I'm going to finish a little bit more ice cream. You're welcome, 1P4G. Thanks for watching Hutch's Weather. We do have what's left of the watch. Wow, it shows that we still have a watch in effect until 4 a.m. here for the backside of the storm. Oopsies. Now let's get out of the forecast mode and go back to the radar coverage mode here. So we do have a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. for the areas in yellow. Where is that? Well, it's a little bit hard to see with all the yellow on the radar. So allow me to turn the radar off. And I will do that by going right here. All right, so let's go back here. We still have a tornado watch, it looks like, issued in this area here until 3 a.m. 90 mile per hour gusts, 3.5 inch diameter hail into the late night hours out here. This is in effect until the 3 a.m. time frame for just a few short counties down here in southern parts of South Dakota. Winter and Rosebud, that's it for this cluster of storms that's making its way to the east. The thunderstorm watch is in effect for these counties in North Dakota that extend from Rugby and Pierce County, as well as you folks in Belcourt, all the way down in towards the James River Valley, all the way down towards Ellendale. This watch for the severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until 4 a.m. Those are the counties left. But I do want to point out, if you're over here near Minot and points east, the risk for severe thunderstorms is all but done. And then as we look out into western Stutzman County, it's all but done, and the strongest of the cells are now pushing into Barnes County as well. We have some heavy rain potential and still some wind potential. What are the peak wind gusts that are coming out of these storms? That would be the next question before we go on here too much further. And we see that in these southeast North Dakota storms, we're getting an increase in a few gusts now, upwards of 40 miles per hour. That's not too bad. Ike, how about Renville, Minnesota? Well, thank you for asking. We'll go ahead and take a peek at that as well. And as I'm continuing to look and follow up, Hutch, how about Ada and Hendrum? It's going to be probably more on the order of 6 to a.m. or so, 6 a.m. or so for your particular area as we go through. So keep that in mind. And let's see. Okay. All right, so we see a Boeing line segment working its way out and on the radar right now out of South Dakota and southern North Dakota and into the Southern Valley, and we'll be pushing into parts of Minnesota here. So if I go back to the radar, here is a look at the areas of concern. Now, in and around the Minnesota River Valley, Montevideo area, Mankato, Fairfax area, these areas, Granite Falls area, Glencoe area, you're still quite a ways away from this leading edge. Watertown, there's a little Boeing line segment right there. That means we could have some pretty windy storms. Now, these are still 125 miles away from, say, Glencoe, 150 miles away, and they're not moving very fast. So this is the area you're asking about here in and around the Renville area. Still 120 miles per hour. Let me get the latest speed on some of these storms. The thing is that individual storms are moving north. The whole line is moving east, but at a slower pace. So let me erase the line here. I'm going to look at some cells on the single site radar data, see if I can pop up a radar up here in Aberdeen. Aberdeen has a neat little report of some severe weather. 75 mile per hour gusts there. Here comes the Aberdeen radar data. Now let me populate and a look at what's going on with regards to the gusty nature of the winds and how fast they're moving here. And we'll look at Hutch's little gust burp analyzer too to see if any of these are showing signs of some big time gusts. Look at the rotating storms. These are pretty strong mesocyclones moving in towards the Mitchell area, and that is why this warning was issued. So we do have some pretty good rotation going on in there, and we'll look at those. But these storms that are moving toward the Minnesota River Valley, notice they're moving up toward I-94. So the stuff that could be moving into your neck of the woods will likely be coming from over here, and those are some of the stronger cells down by Mitchell and these areas. Notice again, these are moving in this northeasterly direction, so they are quite a ways away from your area. So since those are the storms that'll be impacting your area in all likelihood, and they're starting out over here, we're talking about, for you folks in and around the Renville area, we're looking at probably about 130 to 140 miles away, and these storms are moving at a clip of 25 miles per hour. So you're still looking at 5 hours. So we're talking, yeah, we're talking about 7:30 to 8 o'clock in the morning before they have a chance to make their way into your general vicinity. So keep that in mind. Now let's look at some of these storms and let's talk about the gust potential with them here real quickly. Which ones are the windiest storms? And that's going to be the main threat that we have into the overnight hours here. Here's Hutch's gusty burp estimator. When these storms burp out, you can see the far southern flank there, Tailhook Charlie, and look at all these wind reports: 60 mile per hour, 58 mile per hour, 63 mile per hour, 71 mile per hour, 60 mile per hour, all of these recent updates. Here's a look at the gusts that are being reported. In the brighter orange here, gusts up to 60 miles per hour south of Artesian, south of Howard, north of Alexandria. Going through Mitchell now, not the severe part of the storm, but still some isolated 60 mile per hour gust potential. Here's the big winds out here, 60 to 65 miles per hour possible. We get down here, 65 miles per hour near Armour. And then down here by Wagner, we got some real bright spots. Look at that, 70 mile per hour gusts near Wagner, south of Wagner, 75 mile per hour gust potential. So on the far southern flank here is where we have the strongest gust potential with these storms moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So that's the area of concern for the big time gusty blowhards out there. Now let's take a look up north as we're analyzing some of the winds here. Let's go to the Mayville radar if I can. And then let's take a look at those. All right. And as this loads up, we see that there are some areas where we could have isolated winds, 55 to 60 miles per hour. We're talking Jamestown, south to Lisbon, moving in towards Gwinner. We're seeing it pop up to 60 at times. So this is very threshold severe. The risk of severe isn't great, and these winds don't happen everywhere, but there is the potential for them to blow at these levels as we see. Now we're talking about 50, 60 mile per hour winds outside of Webster from this view here. So Lisbon, Milnor, these areas heading out into Richland County out here near Hankinson and Windmere will have a chance for some pretty windy thunderstorms. And look what's blowing into Grand Forks here. This little cluster of cells really starting to pop off a little bit. And we got some 60 mile per hour potential north of Thompson pushing into you folks in southern and western reaches of the Grand Forks County area now on Hutch's wind gust estimator. That does not mean every place in this area will get that. But where this wind burps out in isolated areas, we could see some gusts that high. Will it be measured? I don't know, but there is some 55 to 60 mile per hour winds moving in on the south side of town. The airport's out here, it's going to miss that. But maybe at the National Weather Service site, which is right about here, Right about here is where the National Weather Service forecast office is. Maybe they'll have a chance to measure some of this. So let's put on the National Weather Service's radar data here and the wind gust data. So putting on the wind gust data here, see if we got any gust data coming up. Dun, 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 dun. Not yet. I'm not seeing it. Let's see. Is it coming up anywhere? Yeah. Okay. So we don't have any gusts being reported at this particular time in and around Grand Forks, but we'll see what comes up from these storms and what's measured. This is by far the strongest storm that's been forming here in North Dakota for a little while. Let's go ahead and look at the cloud top estimates too. The taller the clouds are, the stronger the updraft, the more lightning, the bigger the raindrops, the bigger the hailstones. So that's what's moving into Grand Forks. Let's see if that storm is really popping tops in the atmosphere and reaching up to higher heights. This is cloud height levels, and this orange color right over western Grand Forks right now, it's pretty close to the radar site too, so it should be a reasonable estimate of cloud top heights, pushing 40 to 42,000 feet moving over the area. That's as high as any cloud in the area. We have a couple that are trying to challenge 35,000 feet up here to 40,000 feet near Edmore. We do have a few cells south of Valley City as you look down towards Catherine here. A few of these storms upwards of 40,000 feet. Nome, 40,000 feet. So we do have a couple of cells here that are popping their tops up into the middle levels of the atmosphere. This time of the year during the daytime hours, some of the storms were 50,000 footers as well. So 46,000 near Milner to Winemere, a pretty tall thunderstorm cloud. Now, as we go southward, and let's go down to the Sioux Falls radar if it'll let me switch over, let's see what these thunderstorms that really have the 70-mile-per-hour winds do. My guess is they're going to be even higher cloud tops than what we were seeing from stuff going on up here in the area near Fargo and Grand Forks. But we'll have to pop up the temperatures. My computer is once again deciding it's too late for all this kind of work, Hutch. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. So now let's take a look at the cloud top heights and see if it'll pop it up. Temperatures in the 70s at 2:30 in the morning, a little muggy, a little sticky. You know, it's kind of interesting here. A little bit ago, this radar was having some troubles loading data. If I selected another radar site, it says, yeah, we got you. Okay, let's use this radar site and let's get a look at the cloud top heights from this one. And now you're looking at some big time cloud tops here. You see the reds in there? So in North Dakota, we got 40 to 45,000 cloud tops on a couple of these thunderstorm bubbles that are blossoming up in the atmosphere. Here near Mitchell, 52,000 feet cloud top heights. Plankinton, 55,000 feet cloud top height. And these reds down here approaching 60,000 feet. Big, huge updrafts punching way up high into the atmosphere and touching and kissing the stratosphere up that high. So these are the strongest cells by far on the entire map right now. And that is why we're seeing the plethora of gust reports with them. And updrafts that strong, if the updraft is rotating, we could be definitely having that chance for the development of a nocturnal or nighttime tornado from these storms. So let's take a look at what's going on with the velocities. Let's see if Sioux Falls will play along and if that radar is working. I don't know why I'm not getting data. There must be a data down issue there for whatever reason. So I'm going to have to use the Lincoln radar here. Let's go out and take a look. Zooming in, it's a long ways away. These are real high. Motion towards the radar. I'm not seeing, you know, anything too, well, no, I'm just not seeing anything organized for rotation on this, but there is some shear evident in the storm. Motion away from the radar here and towards there, motion towards and away there. The bottom line is that this storm does have some areas of shear, very, very high cloud tops. And there is the tag on these storms that there is the possibility for some considerable damage by gusty straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour along and south of Interstate 90, in southern and eastern South Dakota right now. So that's what's going on there. That's what we have going on. We have a couple of recent storm reports here in northeast South Dakota, Brown County right now, with a couple of reports of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts there, 7 miles south of Claremont. That was a little while ago. So no storm reports in North Dakota from the line of storms making their way through. This is what that line of storms looks like. A lot of lightning, though, starting to move into Grand Forks right now. Let's take a look at what's going on this radar outside of Grand Forks and outside of Fargo. So let's get you some ETAs for the storms. You've got Grand Forks, East Grand Forks moving through with the storms right now in the area. I'm going to take a look at the spin or shear in the storm. This would be a pretty good look. I'm not seeing anything organized or strong with spin or shear that I'm concerned about on this particular storm. Some straight line wind. Let's take a look at the velocity to get measurements of that really quickly. Bump, ba, bump, ba, bum. Low level winds measured by the storm moving out through Grand Forks are, upwards of 40 miles per hour in a couple of spots to 50 miles per hour in northern parts of the county. This will be above ground level, but that's what's going on up there. And again, that's moving off to the north and to the east away from the storm. Now, what's coming towards Mayville from the west in Cooperstown, some stronger winds, and we can measure those as it's looking into the wind direction. Not real big here, 40-mile-per-hour gusts. I'm not seeing anything obnoxious with regards to the actual radial velocity here that has me overly concerned about that. If we get a very tall cloud top collapsing, we could see these enhanced a little bit, but not nearly as much wind in the northern side. So the risk of anything severe up in the north is quite low right now. It's not very high. And if we do get something severe, it's going to be marginally severe, maybe some 60-mile-per-hour gusts, and that would be about it. How much rain is Fargo looking at getting? Well, Barbara, that's a good question. If the thunderstorm cell moves over your part of town, then you're in business. If it doesn't, then you're out of luck. You know how these thunderstorms are as they approach, but let me show you where they are and which ones are heading our way. And then we can kind of diagnose a little bit as far as what the rainfall has been from those storms as they've moved in their general direction. So here we are, taking a look at these storms. The storms that are heading towards Fargo is this cluster near Enderlin and south towards Lisbon. These will be moving in the general direction of Kindred and Horace first, West Fargo, and then Fargo, Moorhead. So again, some of these cells have a more northerly trajectory. Others are in the direction of the Fargo, Moorhead area. So right now, these storms have an average speed of movement of about, let's say 33 miles per hour or so. So I'm going to time this out first of all, and we'll take a look at this and give you an idea of the timing. 30 some miles per hour. We're looking at 1 hour, 15 minutes. So what's that put us at? Almost 5 a.m. So about 5 a.m. is going to be the best chance. Do not read these times up here. That's incorrect. So these are, as the crow flies, and again, they are moving at 33 miles per hour on average, heading in the general direction as Fargo as these storms here at 35. So it's a little over an hour. So 3:30 to 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is about the estimated time of arrival for some of these storms in and around the Fargo Moorhead area. So that's what I'm seeing. The risk of severe is low. It's not zero, but it isn't high either. Hail is not the main concern. We are seeing the fact that there could be some gusty winds with a few of these, but I just simply have not seen a report of anything strong with wind in North Dakota now for quite a bit of time here. South Dakota, we've had some wind reports out here, but simply not in our neck of the woods. Now look what's going on all the way up through Walsh County, not far from you folks in Park River, a few thunderstorms trying to pop off there. But again, nothing is severe at this particular time. We do have some small soft hail, some of these storms pushing upwards of 40,000 feet or a little more in parts of North Dakota. Half-inch diameter hail from a couple of these cells showing up to be a possibility. So some small, non-severe hail in and around Grand Forks County, Western Polk County, Fisher, Crookston, and your area, Edmore and points north and east as we look towards Lakota as well as Petersburg. These storms here moving generally north-north northeast, and they're moving at about 40 miles per hour. Let's see, this one's 30 to 40 miles per hour to the north and to the east. So that's what's going on. Langdon, you got some gully washers. Now, the question, how much rain? Let's look at the storm total precipitation estimates from the Doppler radar here. And I'm going to pop up a look at exactly only the last, let's go with the last 12 hours. So it's not going to account for the morning rain that we got through. So in the last 12 hours, these storms that are heading, is this, this is future precip. What's going on? I don't want that. Let's go with storm total precipitation estimate. Here we go. Okay, so these cells that are moving into Grand Forks right now, having a history over Thompson of some heavier rainfall of around 0.2 of an inch, and that's what's moving in there. What's moving in towards Fargo here is coming all the way from this area near Milner right now, and really not a lot of rainfall falling from any of these cells that are making their way through here yet that is showing up on the radar. Now, as we go up on the storm total precipitation estimates, so these are on the lower side here as far as that goes until we get out towards western Stutsman County. So the storms that are moving in our general direction have a history in Lemoore County, Dickey County, of seeing some areas with 2 to 3/10 of an inch of rain. So let's call it that, up to a 1/2 inch of rain in some spots in the metro area, and some spots could get entirely missed, just like you see in between the Ellendale area and Hecla or Lemoore. There are spots that don't get so much out here. So that's going to happen too, where we get some spots that get under 1/10 of an inch and others that get more. Is Thompson going to be getting more thunder and rain again? It quit raining for now. It's thundering still. Yeah, there's more rain coming. That was a line of storms that moved through the Grand Forks area from Thompson, but the main line is still on its way. Here's a look at the main line of storms, and then this one developed out in front of it. This one has a little bit more opportunity to be strong. It's kind of in some air that's fresh inflow, if you will, and it's not muddled by all these storms down to the south. So this little line of storms forming here probably has a little bit of chance of being more stout, and that's why we're seeing more thunder and lightning out of this. This next batch of storms will be coming at you from Valley City and Cooperstown. They're all moving in this northeasterly direction. So yes, you do have a chance for more thunder and more rain, but the risk of severe has not materialized for quite some time here in North Dakota. So that's what's going on here. We do continue to see reports coming in South Dakota of stout wind gusts. Here's a gust right now out in, it looks like the Wagner area, 44 miles per hour from the storm that made its way through that particular area. And that's the current gust. There's a gust report of 61 mile per hour from a personal weather station in that Wagner area. So big time gusts working their way through southern South Dakota and in the general direction of you folks in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, coming up shortly. These storms, as far as the motion of them, is moving east at 40 miles per hour. The line of storms is in the Parkinton area here, moving towards Sioux Falls at 60 miles away, 60 miles away. It's about 1.5 hours away. So 3:42, but you know, let's put it right at about 4 a.m. It'll be pushing in towards Sioux Falls. They are severe and they're quite robust with regards to their wind gust potential and creation, even here in the wee hours of the morning. So that's what's moving in towards Sioux Falls, South Dakota right now. You're watching Hutch's Weather. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson, and for the better part of 30 years, I've been forecasting and broadcasting weather in the Northern Plains as a chief meteorologist on broadcast television. And now I'm streaming on Hutch's Weather on all my platforms. Welcome. I really would appreciate you YouTube watchers hitting the old subscribe button on my YouTube channel. It really does help. And make sure you hit the like button, throw a comment or question down here. Let me know where you're watching from. If you're hearing thunder and lightning, that's what I'm here to do, is cover the storms for you. And also to let you know, if you're watching on my Facebook page, please consider hitting the follow button, please. There's a lot of folks that watch and comment that don't hit the follow button, but it really does help my channel out to have more people following. We're approaching 85,000 followers on that, and I'd love to have you join me as well. So please consider it. Let me know your questions. This is a beautiful thing. I have the ability to answer questions as you bring them up. So I'll keep my eyes on things right now. You're watching Hutch's Weather. I'll keep you posted. And if anything does become severe here in North Dakota, I will let you know as these continue to percolate through the region early on this Sunday morning. We'll go through a look at the forecast once again, more details and safety information and questions and answers coming up right here. But for now, thank you for staying tuned. And until next time here, in just a few moments, I want you to stay tuned and stay safe.
You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you.
won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' light. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through
find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resets the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the
Hello, everybody. Meteorologist Hutch Johnson with a quick update for you as you're looking at severe storms rolling along the I-90 corridor east towards Sioux Falls right now. Still a very strong cluster of thunderstorms on the edge of the warned area. I'll keep you posted, but that cluster of storms there continuing to persist. Very heavy rain making its way through also on the backside of the main line, pushing through Summit and Sisseton right now. Those storms are not severe, but are continuing off to the east. Some of these are going to push into Lakes country here. It's going towards Lake Traverse shortly, Big Stone County and areas to the east. Some of the only action in the entire nation right here in the northern plains. Let's get you to the latest. I'm going to stop this from scrolling through the different views. Let's get into what's going on in Grand Forks. In and around Grand Forks, a lot of thunder and lightning all the way up toward the Manville area right now, moving off to the north and to the east. It's not severe, but we're getting a lot of lightning, and it's kind of percolating and just reforming over the area, with more storms now near Thompson forming and pushing in behind it in a process we call training. So this new line of thunderstorms kind of developing there and continuing to slowly percolate. Also, if you're in Langdon, you got approaching storms, lightning, Edmore, Adams, seeing thunderstorms working their way in as well. Again, non-severe. We have had no severe reports of heavy winds over, say, 55 miles per hour with these storms as we've gone into the, well, wee hours of the morning right now and are crossing into the 3 a.m. time frame. I do want to take a moment and go over the forecast for you, and to do that, we're going to take a look at the model data up here. So pardon my eyeballs while they wander, and I pull this data down here. Now, what you're looking at is low pressure out here in Montana, spinning its wheels and parking over Medicine Hat. So this low pressure out in Montana and Regina is just sitting here and spinning. And all the way out here, this is the stormy activity that we have now. So watch it move through the Red River Valley as we go through 7, 8 a.m. Splits, Lake of the Woods, seeing some morning storms. Let me slow the progression of this down just a little bit, and we'll go ahead and walk it through. So now, as we cross into the 4 to 5 a.m. time frame, the main lines will be moving through Grand Forks, Fargo. Not everybody along this area will see the thunderstorms, but that will be the timing that I would anticipate. We'll have the best chance at seeing them coming up here shortly. Now, as I slide this over just a little bit and zoom in, you're going to see from North Dakota down towards Sioux Falls, big time thunderstorms at 5 a.m. as we head into daybreak will continue their trek to the east-northeast into southern Minnesota. This will be the strongest stuff that we have moving in, and that will be the areas in and around Sioux Falls and the I-90 corridor as we go through. Just tracking these storms now. Through South Dakota, southern Minnesota, big time storm potential. Yes, hail, yes, gusty winds, still a possibility with these storms. And we do have that tornado possible tag on some of the warnings that have been happening out here in places like Mitchell over the last little bit. So we'll keep you apprised of that. But then as we go in towards Mason City and all the way up to Faribault, that's a time when we'll have that 9 a.m. chance of showers and thunderstorms. Yes, they could be strong to severe on the south side, marginally so north, and that what that means is that maybe 1 or 2 could become severe. You're looking at the Twin Cities. Mainly the impacts will be in the southern part of the metro area with just some rain showers moving toward the north part. Anything in Watertown, Ligma blocked. Okay, we'll get to you in just a second as I continue the analysis of these storms that will exit by 1 a.m. and push their way into parts of Wisconsin. As we go into the afternoon hours, will we see more development? Yeah, there is a chance of that for some severe weather tomorrow, but I'll have the latest update on that coming up in seconds. Now, here's the forecast for North Dakota. As we look at this into northern Minnesota, the line makes its way in 5 o'clock, 6 a.m., moving into western Minnesota now and up towards Kitson County, Roseau County, Thief River Falls, Red Lake Falls, having a chance at seeing some of these thunderstorms move through at 7 a.m. The risk of severe has not been high up on the north side here. We haven't had anything severe for some time, but the strongest storms are now forming in and around the Grand Forks area along that line and the leading edge. So now as we look into Red Lake Falls, Mahnomen, and Detroit Lakes, 7 a.m., the time, estimated time of arrival by this particular forecast model as we go through. If you happen to be in Fergus Falls, Elbow Lake, these storms will be making their way through Fergus Falls area Let's go back just a couple of notches here so you can see at about 5 to 6 a.m. 6 a.m. time frame moving through there, Elbow Lake in Grant County, Morris, Benson, and down towards your area as we go into the 7 a.m. time frame. St. Cloud and Alexandria, 7 to 8 o'clock, pushing their way in towards you. And then in the western part of the Minneapolis area, the best chance of storms will arrive as we approach 8 a.m. and this Sunday morning, and then they do diminish in intensity as they go through. So a question about Watertown, anything for Watertown, we'll go over that too in just 1 second. I do want to go ahead and highlight on this, the risk for severe storms as we go into, this should be updated now for day one. Day one is Sunday, that is today. Let's go. Alicia Marie, thank you very much for watching. Here is a look at the new severe weather risk for today. Couple of different areas. Northern Iowa is in a yellow. That's a slight risk of severe storms. We do have a chance there. From Bismarck and Fargo, Grand Forks and Roseau, all the way down to near Rapid City, Philip Pier, South Dakota, Mobridge to South Dakota. This is where the thunderstorm potential will be in the afternoon. I will go to a model here that does go out just a little bit farther to show you this potential. But again, I will call it a conditional potential, conditional upon thunderstorms forming at all. There's many models that have shown up through the last day and a half that show absolutely very little forming because our upper atmosphere is getting a little bit on the warm side, and that limits thunderstorm potential. So let's hope for no severe thunderstorms, and this model looks like it's still coming in, but let's see how far out it goes. That's our morning stuff that's going on right now. As we head into the afternoon, where do thunderstorms form? Here we go. We get some initiation down here near Rapid City, and then the model has fallen asleep. So let me see if there's another model here that'll get me out just a wee bit farther, and then we'll take a look at that. Now let me go to this one. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to find anything here that has... I shouldn't say that. The high resolution model I'm showing here may not have it. So let's go ahead and take a look at this as it's loading up. That's going on now. Then as we go into the afternoon, boom, here we go. Thunderstorm initiation on this model happening in eastern North Dakota, possibly down into central South Dakota and moving northeast. All modes of severe weather will be possible as we go through the day. Now, as we go into the afternoon hours, there is some spin or shear in the atmosphere that I'll show you here momentarily. But suffice it to say that if storms form at all, and it looks like they're pretty isolated in nature, all modes of severe weather will be possible. That means tornadoes. That does mean large hail and gusty straight line winds. So this is the forecast. We're going over it now, Mr. Hat Collector 2000. So Bemidji area, we do have a chance for some evening storms on Sunday night. This will be 6 to 8 o'clock. There could be some severe here in this green area, but they'll be marginally severe. The best chance at severe storms will be in North Dakota and South Dakota and Northwest Minnesota. Now, this 8 p.m. time frame, these storms continue moving northeast, Lake of the Woods, Roseau County, Winnipeg, and points east out towards Dryden, seeing that chance of storms. And then overnight, more blossoming up in the late night hours and moving through. For if they didn't get you at the first round, we might as well sock you with another round. Wow, that looks like a long day of weather. And now you're looking at Monday as we go into Monday with a chance for some strong storms there making their way through the region as well. All modes of severe weather look to be possible. That's just one model. It's changed an awful lot since the last time I saw this model, but of course it didn't go out that far. Let's go out and take a look at another model here. It's a little lower resolution deal, but it might have an opportunity to show us some more details about the Sunday event. So this is your, I think it's still thinking here. Oh, it's still loading. Let me give it a second. All right, no, I don't want to give it a second. I'm going to go to this area and we'll go ahead and plot it up here and take a look. What I'm trying to do is look at a couple different models because there is going to be spin in the atmosphere and there will be a risk for some storms to produce some pretty stout tornadoes, a lot of energy in the atmosphere because of the heat and humidity that will continue to build Sunday and into Monday. On this particular model, we're going to go ahead and turn the page and look over at another model that should be in now based on the last time we did talk. And here is a look at, that one's still coming in. Let's go to this one. Okay, so here is a look at our morning storms moving through Iowa. Notice how there's big time differences in how these models are handling the storms overnight. So it's not really even showing much going on here in Grand Forks and moving into northwest Minnesota at all as we go into the early morning hours. I'm not sure I buy that, particularly with the stout thunderstorms we have here. This is pretty good, but has it diving a lot farther south out there, more right turning, will that cluster of thunderstorms be? This model shows as we go through your Sunday evening very sparse thunderstorm activity, but it is there and it is in the area of concern from, say, Bismarck again through the Devil's Lake Basin as we go through the 10 to midnight time frame, and they keep percolating again all night. So it looks like another short night of sleep for many of us who are covering weather. Then as we head into your Monday night, all modes of severe weather possible with another round trailing through the area as well. Let's see, what's the significance level for FM later tonight into Monday? So, you know what, if we go back to a look at that Storm Prediction Center deal here, and let's go ahead and put it back up on this one here. It'll be a little bit bigger. So the new Storm Prediction Center stuff has just come out. I will have more updates on this as we go through if I can, but I do want to point this out. In fact, I will do something tricky here, so bear with me while I do some trickery. Okay, this is a look at the Day 1 Storm Prediction Center's outlook on thunderstorm activity in our area. So again, we'll go to Day 2. Now we'll go back to Day 1. Okay, this is what I want. This is the brand new one. So now we've got an area of northern parts of Iowa, extreme southern Minnesota in a slight risk of severe weather, and the Dakotas in a slight risk of severe weather. And now we're going to take a look at this. Hello, everybody. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson with a look at our Sunday chance of severe weather. We have a couple of areas of concern in yellow. These are called a slight risk. That means storms that form in this area could be severe. Now, I say could form because we have a lot of hot air that'll be moving in, and not everywhere is going to see thunderstorms develop that are even in these areas. So keep that in mind. But if storms do develop in the yellow areas, we have all modes of severe weather that will be possible. What do I mean by that? Well, some of the modes of severe weather include tornadoes, that includes gusty straight line winds, and hail. And here's a breakdown of what the Storm Prediction Center has analyzed. Here's the risk for tornadoes in the area. It doesn't look to be particularly high. As we take a look at this, there's nothing drawn yet. It may still be coming in, but as we take a look at that risk for your hail, this is big as you look into Rapid City on up towards Bismarck again, with a chance for some really big hail, 2 inches and greater in the area that's flashy. The yellow area has a 15% chance of seeing hail around 1 inch to 2 inches in diameter. Same thing goes for northern parts of Iowa as we go towards Cedar Rapids and Mason City. Now, as we continue into the forecast look here for wind damage, it does look like a decent chance of some gusty straight line winds where you see the yellows through the central and eastern Dakotas into northwest Minnesota and northern Iowa once again. So that is a breakdown. And again, the tornado risk is not something that is highlighted here, meaning the risk is somewhat below 2% for all areas as we go into the forecast period for your Sunday. Now, let's take a quick look at Monday as well while we got your attention here. This is a look at Monday's severe risk. We have a slight risk here in parts of the Red River Valley of North Dakota, eastern South Dakota on the I-29 corridor, straight down into Omaha in the northeastern quadrant of that state. Northwest Iowa and most of Minnesota and northern parts of Wisconsin in a severe risk as we go into your Monday forecast as well. So I'll keep you apprised of all of that information, but that is a breakdown of those risks as we go through the next day or two for you. Okay, so that takes care of that. Now let's get back to a look at our details on the radar up here. So boom, let's go back to this, and where in the world did that go? I might have closed it accidentally. There it is. Okay, so as we take a look at your risk of severe weather, that's what we're looking at. And now back to the radar. We still have thunderstorms in eastern North Dakota. They're on the doorstep here in the FM area. The risk of severe is low, but I'll stay with you here as we march these storms through the Red River Valley and the populated areas here. And we'll keep you apprised in the morning hours. Now, this cluster of storms heading into parts of Walsh County here, not far from Grafton, and also Park River. But this area in particular has kind of been persistent in the area. A lot of lightning in and around Grand Forks for the last hour or so. So noisy storms, but not severe. We do have some storms out to the west. Again, noisy, not severe. A line of storms pushing in and along the Highway 200 corridor through Findlay and now making its way in the general direction of you folks in Mayville. And now in and around the Fargo area, we are seeing this line start to move in. So as I turn the clock on above my noggin here, you'll see 3:14. I think we were talking about that estimated arrival time of about 4 a.m. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit earlier than that, but not by too much. Now, it does not look like we're having anything that has been severe in North Dakota. So I am not anticipating severe thunderstorms moving into Fargo, moving into Kindred. Right now, we do have a little bit of hail potential with these things, but let me show you that as we take a look at these storms, at least in North Dakota, the gust potential with them with Hutch's gust and burp analyzer here. Okay, so let's go to that. So here we go. Storms moving into and around Grand Forks where you see the reds. This gives us an idea of what the potential is. Isolated areas of gusts could be over 55 miles per hour in a couple spots in and around Grand Forks. However, there's a lot of wind measuring gauges around the area, and we have not seen any reports of that in the region yet. New scan just came in, and it's still 50 to 60 mile per hour gust potential in and around Grand Forks. That drops off into parts of western Polk County out towards Fisher, by the way. Looking up in northeast North Dakota, Langdon area, 45 mile per hour gusts or so from those storms. As we look down from Cooperstown in towards Castleton, Hope, 55 mile per hour gusts, a possibility in the storms heading in on the area near Castleton. It's showing about 50 mile per hour gusts possible in isolated places, not everywhere you see here. And then we do have some Kindred gusts that are flashing off a possible 60 in an isolated spot in between Kindred and Davenport, and then approaching the I-29 corridor here. As you go down south of Christine into Richland County, we are seeing some estimates of some potential 60 mile per hour gusts in and around this zone here, south of Colfax, north of Morton. So the chances of severe gusts are not great, but the potential is not zero either. So I see a lot of questions about anything in Watertown, and I've gone over that a couple times. We do have some storms moving through the area. They are not severe right now. So that's what's looking like in this area. I will switch back over to the area radar here in and around the, well, let's see, where did it go? Come on there, radar. Okay, I'm gonna have to switch this over. Okay, so let's see, where is my radar? There we go. Okay, so we'll switch this over to Aberdeen radar. I know you've been asking a lot, but the thunderstorms have moved through the Watertown area with the most severe. They have not been severe, but the strongest storms have moved through. Still windy, still a little bit of lightning making its way through, and some wind gusts could be working through that are fairly stout. And the wind gust estimator here would show that maybe near Goodwin would be the greatest risk for some gusts that could be quite strong or over 50 miles per hour. So 50 to 55 miles per hour in and around, but in Watertown now, the main line is moving off to the east of you and heading off towards the Clear Lake area. So I do not see that we've had any storm reports from that line of storms from Sisseton down south to Watertown for some time. There was one report up here near Aberdeen, and that was a 70 mile per hour gust, but that was at 1:20, so 2 hours ago when the main line moved through. We do have some very, very strong thunderstorms pushing through the Bridgewater area right now in South Dakota. Those storms have the capability of 65 to 70 mile per hour gusts. The National Weather Service has a warning for this area as they approach the Sioux Falls area. 1-inch hail and 70 mile per hour gusts. Some of the strongest gusts, as you see here in color by the estimated burps of the storms. Bridgeview is the area where the strongest gusts appear to be taking place. It does say considerable damage potential will be a possibility from these storms as they move out towards the east, northeast. And the storm movement, again, as I put this right back up here because I forgot to mention it, moving off to the northeast at 43 miles per hour. So that's what's going on in these areas with the storms now. Some gust potential moving into Platte, moving into you folks out there in Gregory and Bone Steel out there as we take a look at the gusty winds there, 60 mile per hour potential from these storms. So this is by far the strongest area thunderstorm activity in the region right now, pushing into Sioux Falls, South Dakota, as the storms are making their way off to the east. So again, Sioux Falls, these will be pushing off into parts of the I-90 corridor of southern Minnesota and into northern Iowa. This whole Boeing line segment here has not been severe for some time, although we've had a couple of reports a couple hours ago of stout winds. Those will be crossing right over into Lake Traverse now, pushing into Wahpeton, Breckenridge very shortly, Fargo, Moorhead as well. And then up north, of course, we do have activity going on up there on the Mayville radar. That's going to show us the details of those storms being basically strong but non-severe at this particular time. So that's what's going on right now. We've reviewed the forecast. I'm going to put this puppy back up here. If you do have questions, please drop those in. I'm going to watch these storms as they approach the area. I'll keep you posted. Grand Forks, Grafton, Walsh County, North Dakota, and also in the Marshall County, Minnesota area, we have these thunderstorms. These have been parked over the Grand Forks area. It'll be interesting to take a look at some rainfall estimates again, now that these storms have been there for a while. So give it a second. It's thinking, it's calculating, it's recalculating. Yeah, now we're starting to see on the west side of Grand Forks here, as you go out toward the airport and the air base, and you get out in this area, the purple there, that's going to be some rainfall estimates of upwards of, let's say, 3/4 of an inch to 8/10 of an inch of rain, with more on the way north as you go up towards Manville out there to the north of the Grand Cities. So that's what's going on with these thunderstorms making their way in. Also, what's pushing in toward the FM area and Kindred right now, producing upwards of about a 1/2 inch of rain. Not everybody's going to get that, but this narrow band seems to be a heavy producer working its way up towards Horace, Oxbow, and areas south of the Fargo, Moorhead area. As you look up here towards Leonard, a good 2 to 3/10 of an inch of rain moving in to the FM area, West Fargo area here in the next little bit. Rainfall estimates, and that's what's going on right now with regards to the storms. So we'll keep you posted right here. You're watching Hutch's Weather. Thanks for your likes, for your shares. Thanks for your questions. See if there's any more coming in on the old channel over here on Facebook. Thank you much. No, the tornado risk, Fern, is not high. Thank you for your question. I understand, and I know you're wondering why. No tornado watch. There has not been a tornado warning since the storms were in and around the Bismarck area in North Dakota. We did have some tornado warnings down in South Dakota. Those have been since diminished. So the risk of tornadoes is diminishing, but gusty wind will be the main threat. Some hail under 1 inch in diameter, but gusty winds in some places, mainly in these southern storms here, have a chance at times to get upwards of close to severe levels. So I'll be watching for that. Severe level, 58 miles per hour. So tree branches, damage to house siding and things of that nature. Watching from downtown Grand Forks, lightning definitely gotten way more excessive. Thanks a lot, Jennifer, for your report. I appreciate it. That's what's going on, and we'll keep you apprised. You're watching Hutch's Weather. Thanks for following me here on my Facebook page. Thank you for also subscribing on my YouTube channel. And thanks so much for heading over to my website here. On the website, one more item of note for you is that my live broadcast right here, it's always accessible. So you can visit hutchesweather.com right from your mobile device. If you happen to lose power in a thunderstorm, that's always handy to have and to know. Also, you can download the app by hitting the download the app button right here at the top of the page for Android phones, for cell phones also of the Apple variety. We've got you covered. It's free, and it is the only app in the area with alerts to twisting storms. It's exclusive. We also have alerts for things like approaching lightning, rain, and hail, and in the winter, snow, of course, and that's pretty nice. Now, one thing buried down here underneath a lot of the forecast information that I wanted to point out here is where you can upload your photos. You can also do this directly from my weather app on the photo upload button, or view what's going on in the gallery. And also, we don't want you to forget this, but you can sign up to get emails from me. Before my live started today, yesterday, I should say. I sent out an email blast to those subscribers here. Sign up right here, put your email address in, and I do not spam people with nonsense. It's just when weather is happening. So when weather's happening and I think you might want to know about it, I'll send out the email, and that's what it's up to. It's not everything. It's basically letting you know when I'm here for you to update. So thanks for following me right here, and thanks for all of your support as we've gone through the nights. I'll keep you posted right here. You're watching Hutch's Weather.
You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch'sWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch'sWeather.com.
We see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong
find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through
find any hype here. Just the data, the radar.
Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's Weather!
Stay safe! Stay ahead! Stay with Hutch's Weather!
Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's Weather!
Stay safe! Stay ahead! Stay with Hutch's Weather!
Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it.
All right, everybody, meteorologist Hutch Johnson with an update here as storms are approaching the Fargo area. We also have Millbank storms, still severe storms pushing in the general direction of Sioux Falls. The storms that are north of the Sioux Falls area in southern South Dakota have not been severe for some time, but I'm here to keep you up to date with the very latest on what's going on Grand Forks and Fargo. So a few rumbles of thunder in Fargo. We go up into the Highway 200 corridor here from Cooperstown and off in towards Findlay and Mayville. Some more thunder and lightning taking place north of Hope. So good old-fashioned thunder showers working their way through. No reports of severe winds, but we will walk this storm right through the FM area as well. And it looks like radar shifts, seeing heavy flashes of lightning in Sioux Falls. Yep, we're getting that here in the FM area now out to the west of us. Look at Grand Forks on in toward Langdon. Quite a bit more robust lightning has been taking place in these areas for some time. Really decreasing rainfall potential out there off in parts of central North Dakota, but you get into Carrington, Devil's Lake, we're still seeing some heavier rain showers. Now, these storms that are down Let's check that. Is that gooder? Thank you for letting me know, radar shift. I appreciate it very much. It was working on my mic when I tested it beforehand, and somehow the button got pressed while I was sitting here. So my apologies. Okay, so a line of thunderstorms heading into Sioux Falls right along I-90 right now. These storms are severe. Gusty straight line winds have hit over 70 miles per hour here, even in the last few moments. So 235 report here of 65 mile per hour gusts on the south side of the storms, heading up a little bit farther north, of 68 mile per hour gusts reported. That's in the Corsica area. So stout thunderstorms still presenting this risk for some stout thunderstorm winds. Let's go to the single site radar data here as I sneak over to the Sioux Falls area here, and bear with me while I load this up. So we do have some thunder and lightning starting to show up here on the lightning detection network out there. And as we take a look, I don't think the radar is going to load up here. Let me go back up here and back down here and see if it decides to think. Nope. I don't know what's going on here. We'll go ahead, and there's a look at the Twin Cities radar. And now let's see if it'll load up in Sioux Falls. For whatever reason, from time to time, the Sioux Falls radar has not been very helpful to me tonight. Let me go down to Omaha. That'll be maybe the closest one I can get. So moving into Sioux Falls right now, we do have through Salem, through Freeman, a fairly stout thunderstorm that's making its way right along with this backward C shape. That would be some a resemblance of a Boeing line echo there pushing its way in. I think it has lost a little bit of reflectivity or intensity here over the last little bit. And as we take a look at cloud top heights, these were over 50,000 foot moments ago, and we still have very stout thunderstorm heights here, estimated at 60,000 feet. So these are just monster storms. Thanks a lot, Michael. I appreciate your feedback here. Thanks, Radar Shift. I appreciate you being a part of the team. Shelby, thank you very, very much for your comment on the music out there too. So this is a big, tall, towering thunderstorm, 60,000 feet. Think about that, 60,000 feet up into the atmosphere. That is punching up to and possibly into the good old-fashioned stratosphere. And as it does so, it's going to have that updraft strength has to be fairly strong to reach those kind of magnitudes and heights. Even the Scotland, the Tyndall storms here reaching 53,000 feet. So this is a doozy of a storm heading in towards the Humboldt area on I-90. And again, the risk for all modes of severe weather still are possible with this particular storm. A little earlier, they had the tag on it that said tornado possible. That's been dropped. Hail size, 3/4 of an inch. Gusts of wind, 60 miles per hour, pushing in the general direction of you folks in and around Sioux Falls. The motion of the storm is moving east-northeast at about 43 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and track these towering thunderstorms into your neck of the woods as well. And now let's take a look at this, see if Sioux Falls will switch over here now. Nope, it's going to be a grumbly. All right. Bear with me. I'll go back down to Lincoln. Lincoln is being nice to me. Okay, so now let's go ahead and estimate the movement being 43 miles per hour from this line of storms moving in this northeasterly direction. Okay, here we go. So we're talking about Parker by 3:51, Hartford by 4, T at 3:08, and Baltic by the time we get to 4:15, and on in the general direction of Sioux Falls by 4:16. So it's about a half hour away from the Sioux Falls area at this particular time. Again, gusty straight line winds appear to be the main threat from that line of thunderstorms. Now to Mayville we go. Moving into Fargo, Moorhead, we're hearing some rumbles south of town. Here is the heavier band of rain. It looks like a solid batch of rain making its way into the FM area right now. Let me know if you have any update on what you're seeing as this line of storm is making its way through the Fargo area. Now Comstock, Abercrombie pushing across the Red River into Minnesota here as you go down towards Fairmount, as well as, Tinta will be seeing the activity soon as well. Not a lot of gusty winds. Isolated areas where we're seeing the collapsing thunderstorms could produce some gusts out there. Certainly has that famous backwards C shape to this whole leading edge of thunderstorm activity right there. And that sometimes is good enough to be equivalent to what we would expect from gusty winds. But when we look at the wind gust estimator here, I've been calling it my burp estimator. Thunderstorms burping out gusts of wind. Any hail risk for Sioux Falls? It doesn't look like it with it that high of an updraft. Sometimes you would think of it, but it's pretty warm air. But that is a very lofty thunderstorm top out there. Here are wind gust estimates in and around the Fargo area. We're talking some isolated places could see some gusts up to around 45 to 55 miles per hour. That's from Fargo straight through Breckenridge, Wahpeton, Fairmount area, as well as down in toward Rossholt and heading in towards you folks not far from the Browns Valley area, seeing some potentially higher winds than that. Heavy downpour now with lightning. Chris, thank you very much. I should know where you are. You're in the Fargo area, so you're getting the rain making its way in. So these are the winds in and around the Fargo area. There are a couple pixels that are indicating that we could see some isolated gusts to 60 miles per hour, but we do have numerous wind gauges to measure this activity as it works its way in. So is there a tornado watch or a warning right now in Fargo? Miss Kitty, I don't know where you are located. That information would help, but no, we have not had a warning in our area for some time. And here is a look at the watches. There are watches down in South Dakota, if that's where you're watching from, but that's helpful to know where you are. So here's a look at the watches. I think we had one canceled here in the in North Dakota. That's done. But here in South Dakota, in southern and eastern South Dakota, this is moving into Sioux Falls. We have a severe thunderstorm watch issued by the Storm Prediction Center. See if I can get the data on that. There it is. Okay, it's until 7 a.m. for these storms, 80 mile per hour gusts. And of course, we do have a potential for isolated areas of 2-inch diameter hail until 7 a.m. So that's a relatively newer watch that was issued there. So that is definitely the strongest cluster of storms. This will continue its way east along the I-90 corridor as we go into the morning. Now, as we look up in Grand Forks, these storms were the taller ones in our region some time ago. Still wind gust estimates as we go into western Polk County here, just north of East Grand Forks up here, as we see some of those gusts are estimated to be around 50 miles per hour in isolated spots. So a few areas could see some gusts upwards of 50, but that's below severe criteria, which is 58. So the risk of a severe storm in and around North Dakota right now remains pretty low and will likely not occur. Now, we do have to continue to watch this because many a times I've seen storms move into an area here where we have hot and humid air, and that can cause, well, a little bit of initiation or intensification of storms. But I'm telling you what, it is 70 plus degrees in Fargo as we take a look at your temperatures across the region. And 72 in Fargo at the airport right now. As you look into Moorhead, the temperature there, 70 degrees. We do have temperatures in the low 70s all the way down to Fergus Falls, Alexandria, 70 degrees as well. Down to the south as we go into southern Minnesota, Montevideo, 72, Millbank, 72. and Sioux Falls 72 degrees. Now, factor in the fact that if we have a little moisture with these cells as they make their way into the region, as we take a look at dew point temperatures, anything in the 65 to 70 degree range is ridiculous and oppressive humidity. It's just nasty, thick air. The dew point in Sioux Falls is 70, the temperature's 72. That means we don't have to cool the air much to form a cloud. That means these cloud bases are probably going to be right scraping the ground down there. So that's something to keep in mind too. So as the storms move through Fargo, notice that we're getting into some drier areas. We go into northern and eastern and central Minnesota with dew points in the 50s. So that moist tongue of air right up the I-29 corridor, southwest Minnesota, and those are fueling these storms down here on the south side. And we still have some moisture up to the north. I'm not, poo-pooing the whole idea of the possibility of a severe storm, but where we get into the slightly drier air with the dew points in the 50s, a little bit lighter on the rainfall amounts, higher cloud bases up there. But here in Fargo, that is a pretty steady and stout number with regards to the amount of moisture in the atmosphere. It's 64 with a temperature of 72. So, we only have to cool the air just a few degrees to see ourselves get a cloud forming just above the ground. Blue Minnesota farmer just started in Chirac. So it's good to know. Thank you very much for your reports there. I'm listening outside to see if I'm hearing rain outside the door here. So no, not yet. Okay. Victor says I don't know what's kicking in. Something's kicking in as the storms roll into Fargo as well. And we definitely do have some temperatures that are a little bit cooler on the west side of the state now, where drier air is punching in out of Montana. That's where the storms started, and we did have some very wild weather from Glendive and northeast Montana right into the Bismarck area with a couple of tornado warnings, but I did not hear of any reports of anything touching the ground in and around the capital city of North Dakota tonight. So that's good news there. But again, the strongest cells working their way along the southern reaches and the I-90 corridor of South Dakota, moving off to the east. A composite look at the radar showing that's the strongest cells right there. And then we have a couple of lines with this backward C shape, but we just are not getting the wind potential from these. They're not as high in the atmosphere, and quite frankly, that was expected with the severe weather risk from the Storm Prediction Center saying, marginal severe. That's exactly what we have. So let's see what the peak gusts are showing up as here across our North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network in the area. That helps us keep our eyes on where the strongest winds have been as we've gone through the morning hours. And here we do have from Stutzman County and out here into the Wishick area, Ashley area, 47 miles per hour. These wind gauges not picking up the gusty nature of the winds as they move into the valley. Look at this. Grand Forks has storms move through. The peak gust there has been 16 miles per hour. So not too gusty in that area. Let's see. Had some really heavy rain briefly on the west side of Sioux Falls with lots of lightning. So now all of a sudden, okay. And that is a big line of strong cells radio. Yep, indeed it is. Moving right through the Red River Valley and into parts of western Minnesota right now. We'll put the radar back up. So we're not seeing a lot of the severe level wind gusts like we did yesterday. How I can say that across the region. So let's put it how it is. The risk of severe is not high going through the morning hours, but we do have some strong thunderstorms. We could still see an isolated severe storm. The main risk is going to be gusty straight line winds. An isolated storm might develop and rumble into some higher levels of the atmosphere and provide some 1-inch diameter hail or so, but this line of storms here moving out of Grand Forks is very slow moving. I mean, it's been percolating in that area for some time, and now we continue to see it moving up into northern Grand Forks County, northern parts of western Polk County, also seeing it just south of Alvarado. So that area there getting some big time gully washing, worm strangling rain out there, and we do have Mayville now towards you folks in the Highway 200 corridor towards Halstead that are in the path of this line of storms here. That does include the Fargo Moorhead area. Now let's switch this over to the single site radar data. It does a little bit better job of picking out the individual thunderstorm cells. Now see how pixelated it looks? This is what a meteorologist needs to look at to see the truth. Each of these is a thunderstorm cell. So we have a multitude of thunderstorm cells that are stretching through the area. Not everybody's getting rain. There's going to be little areas here that get skipped by rain, and what looks like a solid line as it gets closer to the radar site gets depicted better by the radar, and that's what we have going on. This looks like a solid line through Fargo, but it's farther away from the Mayville radar, and that's typically what happens. So we do have what looks like a solid area of rain, but not every block and street is going to be getting the heaviest of the rain. In a thunderstorm, we have an updraft part of it, and that can cause us to see rain on the radar because it's building raindrops up at cloud level where the radar beam is passing through. That's what the radar measures. It doesn't necessarily mean it's falling down to the ground in your backyard or my backyard. So hoping for some rain for many of us that need some more. I think I did have here in South Moorhead 0.2 of an inch from yesterday's couple of rounds of rain. Not bad, but we had 5 inches of rain reported up in parts of northern North Dakota from the storms. So very heavy rain falling in Fargo outside the living room window. Chris John, thank you very much for your report out there. Not raining here, just windy and lightning in Barnesville. So thanks for that. Barnesville, it's just outside of your area, moving towards you, and there is a fairly wide swath of thunderstorm activity that'll be pushing its way through. And what that means is that it'll last for a little while, and then behind it, look at this, you got another fairly wide swath of continued rain shower activity that at times could be moderate to heavy as well. So some beneficial rain, some good rain and precipitation could be working its way in towards Fergus Falls. If you happen to be in Pelican Rapids, if you happen to be in Wheaton, these areas all going to see some thunder shower activity as we go into the morning. In fact, Wheaton, it's going through you now, heading to Tinta, Campbell, Doran, seeing the activity pushing its way in. Again, the risk for severe has lowered as we've gone into the early morning hours, but it's not zero, so I'll keep my eyes on stuff for now as we go through. And down in Sioux Falls, as we take a look here, I'll turn on, let's see if the Sioux Falls radar will allow me to be blessed with its data. I hear rain. It's raining in South Moorhead here at the home base of Hutch's Weather. So we're getting a pretty good gully washer out here right now. That's what's going on. Let me take a look here. I'm going to have to shift on back to the Omaha radar, Lincoln, Nebraska area, and let's take a look. Now, we do have this storm. Looks very similar to the last scan. Some of the northern reaches of the storm from Monroe to Humboldt and out towards Hartford is bowing out. So this area here probably accelerating with its area of heavy winds pushing in towards Sioux Falls on the north side. So here we have heavy thunderstorm and heavy rain activity, but the severe stuff that has been severe for the last little bit is still off to the west of the Sioux Falls area right now. Victor says the north part of downtown Fargo is rainy, windy, and thundery. Thank you very much, Victor. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate you. Just got on checking in for Shelley, Minnesota. All right, Ashley, good to have you on board. Again, the severe storms are down in South Dakota in the southern part. Up in Shelley, we do have some storms pushing right across the I-29 corridor into parts of western Minnesota. There's Shelley. These are making their way in your general direction. Not everybody's going to get them. They're kind of hit and miss in this area. There could be a burp of some winds upwards of 45 miles per hour, maybe isolated 50. Moving through Fargo right now. It's very heavy rain. It's running down the downspout, and it's coming down pretty good. So this is what's going on in Fargo. We do have a little bit of lightning here, but boy, was the lightning with this northern storm more pronounced. That's moving into Oslo, Alvarado, Manville, as well as you folks south of Warren. You can expect that to move up in your general direction as well. The Grafton area seeing some stormy weather as well. Whiteout rain in Fargo, near Fargo South. Thanks a lot, RK. Good to have you on board. Thank you for your update there as we continue to see these storms punch their way into now western Minnesota. And look at that, just as fast as the Fargo rain has come in, it's beginning to pass through with the heaviest of the stuff moving into Dilworth and Glendon right now and Sabin. So pretty good storm. Good and beneficial rain for much of the area will be making its way through, moving off to the east and northeast at this time. It's moving at about a clip of 35 miles per hour or so, and that's what's going on here. We do have a little bit of an extension of this storm, so as it's collapsing, it's pushing out in the Glendon area. nothing too severe about that in any particular sense of the word. So again, good old garden variety thunder showers making their way into the FM area and Grand Forks area right now. Down in Sioux Falls, I sure wish I could get the Sioux Falls radar to turn on, but it's not cooperating. But we got a new warning down here by Yankton for 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We'll go back down to the Lincoln area radar, and we'll see that moving into Langton is a very, very stout thunderstorm cell. The warning for Freeman and up towards Del Rapids is now been allowed to expire, and the southern warning is in effect right now. So gusty straight line winds. We have had reports of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds out to the west as these move their way in towards Sioux Falls now. We can take a look at what's going on with those here in a minute. But again, the fact that I'm not able to see the Sioux Falls radar data here is somewhat concerning with regards to that. Let me see if I can pull it up on my other software here. One moment here. Oh, let's see. Good morning, Midwest Sirens. Hey, how are you? Me and my alpacas are doing good. Pedro's over here keeping me company. And doing my best to stay hydrated. Thank you. I have my weather app ready as well. Thanks, Ashley. I appreciate that. And if you haven't heard, Hutch has a new weather app, and I'd sure love for you to download it. Search Hutch's Weather in your app store today. It has all the basic data you're going to need. It will, if you allow it to follow you and your device, keep you apprised of all of the warning information from storms. And if you're traveling, it can really come in handy and it'll keep you up. Yeah, the Sioux Falls radar, the La Crosse radar are both out of commission right now. So I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know if I have a message on it, but that's why I'm not able to see it. So I can't get it on the other area radar also. So that's kind of some stinky cheese there because those storms are moving right into Sioux Falls and we can't view the radar from any of my devices here, and it looks like it's out across the region. But we do have a Boeing line segment, which does indicate that we could have some pretty gusty winds pushing into the west reaches of Sioux Falls shortly. And good morning to you, and you're doing well. Good to hear. I'm doing pretty swell myself. Thanks so very much. See, all right, that's a look at what's going on with regards to our radars. Let me put this back on the forecast model. Oh, now I'm hearing some thunder and lightning, so that's all getting interesting too. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm just dressing up my graphic over here. All right, here we go. All right, so now you're looking at the storms in Sioux Falls. As we back out just a little bit on the radar display here, you're going to see that we do have some thunderstorms that are moving through the Red River Valley of North Dakota as well. And these storms here, oops, I got to put this up on the screen here. Now you can see thunder and lightning to areas south of Winnipeg and all the way up towards Saskatoon. But the main event is spreading all the way through the southern prairie provinces of Manitoba. Here is a look at that radar display. We'll go ahead and put up the composite radar for now. You'll see that it kind of stretches back through Brandon, Regina, all the way back into northeast Montana, where an area of low pressure is just kind of sitting and spinning, and some good and beneficial moisture, which is much needed in eastern Montana. Remember, the drought level is pretty high out here in parts of eastern Montana, as well as parts of western and southwestern Montana. We do have very bad drought that's been persistent across parts of southern South Dakota as well. A lot of thunder and lightning in Fargo. I just want to encourage you to know that the risk of severe is fairly low with these storms as they're working their way through. It's not zero, but it's pretty low. And we do have some Ortonville storms that are a little bit darker red, meaning that we have some heavier rain showers coming from out from them, or potentially soon coming out from them, as we go from Graceville and Wheaton south towards Marietta and Gary, Minnesota. As we go in, I think that's not Minnesota. That would mean there's two Gary, Minnesotas. Is that legal? You have two towns called Gary, Minnesota. No, this is a Gary, South Dakota. All right. Wow. Thanks a lot, very much to have you on board, Brad. Thank you. I hope things are going good for you, and thanks for joining me. Yeah, I've got a lot of viewers, and I'll tell you what, I'm here because I've been covering these storms since eastern Montana and watching them make their way in. They're not doing much different than I thought they would do. The southern part of the storm here, the tail hook Charlie, those ones are the strong ones, and those are rocking in towards Sioux Falls right now. These are going to continue to be strong all the way across the Iowa-Minnesota border as we go through the early morning hours. And this activity here in the Red River Valley of North Dakota and Minnesota, eastern I-29 corridor of South Dakota, and up here towards Grand Forks, they're stout. They do have some winds that are burping out of them, but I have not measured, nor have I seen any reports now of any severe level winds of over 58 miles per hour. So that's really good news, and some good and beneficial rain from these storms. So as you are in Lakes Country, Detroit Lakes, Thief River Falls, Red Lake Falls, getting up into Roseau County, these storms are moving your way. And now I'm going to show you a look at the forecast real quick as we kind of rotate through what's going on and what I'm showing. So this is a look at some radar model data. Here you can see the overall spread of the thunderstorms that are moving through now. This is now at 3 a.m. And then in Regina here, we have this kind of tuck and curl. And what's going on here is a low pressure center there, and it's just wrapping around moisture into the Big Sky country. Down here in the chin of Montana, we have big time drought going on there. So we'll take the moisture that's just been falling throughout the evening. Let's see your forecast. Now, these storms are severe and have a risk of severe down here. And where are they going? Up here, the risk of severe is very low for this evening. And then tomorrow, I should say later today on this Sunday afternoon, we could see more development. So more on that in a second. Let's put this into motion as we go from 3 to 5 a.m. Storms moving into Sioux Falls, storms moving into Fergus Falls, Minnesota, and starting to cross into southwestern Minnesota as well. So that's what's going on here in the next little bit. And then as we continue to move this storm along here, we'll see storms moving out of northeast parts of North Dakota and pushing into northwest Minnesota. This is where Thief River Falls, Red Lake Falls will have a chance at seeing some storms between 6 and 7 a.m. all the way up into Hallock, and you folks up there in Lake Brunson, as well as you folks in Cavalier, going to see some continued rain showers there. We're going to see some areas with a good solid inch of rain from these storms as well as we go through. Will it be worth to storm chase today in the Jamestown area? Midwestern sirens, let's talk about that a little bit in a second because the forecast will get out. There is a slight risk of severe storms. The risk of tornadoes for our Sunday evening is not real high. It does get a little higher going into Monday, the way things look to Hutch. And the storm chances are what we call conditional because we're going to have some hot air in the atmosphere. Some models say a lot of widespread thunderstorms. Some say almost none. But here is one model, and this model shows that as we go into the morning hours, northwest Minnesota and southwest Minnesota will have some things look like they could fall apart in a few areas. Whether it'll be exactly in the area you see here remains to be seen. But I do believe that down south we'll have hail and thunderstorm chances continuing to percolate through the overnight hours. Bowing storms here means gusty winds in southern Minnesota remain the #1 threat. This is Minneapolis to Mankato, all the way down in towards Mason City, Iowa. And then storms moving up towards Roseau, likely non-severe. Lake of the Woods County, the Red Lakes area up there. Anybody out on the lakes or camping, I'm not expecting severe. An isolated severe can't be ruled out, but gusty winds will be the main threat from those storms. Then as we continue through the day, I want you to watch something carefully here as we head into the afternoon. These race out, and by noon, they're in Wisconsin. Still strong here. Look out there, Decorah, Iowa. It's going to be pretty, well, rainy and thunderstorming. Mason City seeing the storms exit. Now, noon, big time heat is on. In the clearing behind this, we start warming up again, and it's humid out there, and we just added more moisture from the sky, meaning even more moisture on the ground. So that means it's going to be a very sticky day. Watch what happens with this particular model and see if it goes out far enough and allows me to see. Now, here's afternoon thunderstorms. This is 5 p.m., a few in Minnesota, but the risk for severe weather is out here. Any storms that form in central North Dakota and in the Red River Valley have a chance of quickly becoming severe. Gusty wind, large hail will be the main threat, and some of those hailstones could be over 2 inches in diameter with all the heat and humidity that we have in place, and the wind gusts could be over 80 miles per hour. So here we go as we take a look. Boom. A couple of thunderstorms. So this model is not robust and widespread on storms yet, but look what's moving out of South Dakota. An upper level disturbance, we call it, or I like to call it a Hutch's weather wiggle, making its way into the region. Whoop, the model didn't go out that far. I'm going to have to go back to one that does. So bear with me. All right, so that's part of the fun of doing some live model analysis here. That one was still coming in. Okay, so this one's in. Here's those North Dakota storms out there. Really, anything that forms here from central North Dakota into eastern North Dakota could quickly become severe. That's the same thing for western Minnesota as well. Notice they move quickly in those south winds up to the north towards Winnipeg. Winnipeg, you folks in Winkler, you folks out in Brandon, any storms that form could be severe for you as well. Big time, juicy air mass in place with a lot of energy in the atmosphere for thunderstorms. But look what's moving out of Rapid City. Another upper level disturbance comes through, and then overnight into your Monday morning, here we go again. Pretty strong thunderstorms. Whether or not they'll be severe all night remains to be seen. But now look at this. As we go into your Monday morning, this looks pretty stout, doesn't it to you? Woofta. That looks like just a Lone Ranger out there that looks pretty strong. So this model is building the mother of all motherships and carrying it right through Valley City, Jamestown, Hillsboro. We'll see if that happens, but not always do these models do a great job of identifying individual thunderstorms that far out. But it does show that from Monday morning into the afternoon, stout and severe thunderstorms. And then when this starts forming in the afternoon here, that's the main event. So we'll keep that already all in place. What the wind looks like near the Cavalier area, I can't feel anything against the camper, but it'd be just good to know. So I showed winds here just a bit ago, but not seeing much in the way of gusty winds or peak winds. I'll show you what I've got as far as information for right now, and we'll pop that up on the screen for you. So thanks for your question. Thanks for your concern. I'm here to keep you up and informed. Sandra said, not here to keep you up, I guess. So that would be a lot of talking for no entertainment purposes there. Thank you for your information. Watching from Ada. Sandra, thank you very much as well. Okay, so now as we take you back to a look at the radar scene here, boom, now this is what's going on. And if you happen to be up here at the campgrounds up there outside of Cavalier, yes, there's thunder and lightning. Yes, there's heavy rain. No, there's not severe level winds. As we take a look at the wind measurements that we have in and around the area, you're going to see the gusts now. I'll turn those puppies on for us. And what you're going to see is that generally our gusts are 18 miles per hour in Thief River Falls. I'm not seeing any gust report. Here it is, 41 in Grand Forks. So that's about the strongest. So we could see a couple gusts upwards of 40, maybe isolated areas getting up to 50 miles per hour. So some branches can be broken at that, snapped and stuff, but we're not talking about trailer tipping type of wind gusts at this particular time, nor have we seen a report of anything like that in North Dakota for over about 2 or 3 hours of anything very strong. So not expecting it. And so I would say, since there's no warning in place and stuff, I think that you're in pretty good shape there. And I hope that you are having a wonderful camping trip. I know that these storms are a little bit tiring and they can be nerve-wracking out there. Totally understandable. 35 mile per hour gusts as the storms are blowing their way through Fargo. So that's non-severe. Now what we'll do is take a look at what's going on with the storms as we take a look at the peak wind gusts now that are being reported by the ENDON folks right here, and see if there's any other information or data. So as the storms have moved through the Red River Valley, no, 30 mile per hour is the peak gust in Fargo, 16 Grand Forks. So this is what I mean. If you're out camping tonight here in this area, we're just not seeing any evidence whatsoever on any of these surface stations of any gusts that are stronger than about 45 miles per hour at this particular time. But down in southern South Dakota, it's a little different story. We do have some stout thunderstorms coming through. Yankton reporting a wind gust before the storm now of 28 miles per hour. Let's see, Twisted Arblux. Can you please check Owensboro? Please. Which Owensboro are you referring to so I get the right one? What state? Tennessee, Kentucky? I suppose Kentucky, I'm guessing. Sioux Falls, west side getting heavy now. Okay, so it does look like those storms are moving in, and Owensboro, Kentucky. All right, so honestly, it's because of you I was able to get any sleep and the severe storm anxiety didn't get so bad. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm trying to inform people and not, have anybody being overly concerned, but it's good to be informed. So that's a very good thing to know. Owensboro and Sioux Falls. I am getting a report in Sioux Falls that the rain and the wind is picking up. So as I take you right back to the radar here, you can see what's moving into Sioux Falls right now is right up here. 25-mile-per-hour gusts reported now, but the main event is just down to the south of you. As you see, that's the severe thunderstorm warning. So the storms up here along I-90 have weakened a little bit too. These puppies were really strong when they moved through Mitchell with some 70-mile-per-hour plus gusts and 65 plus gusts. So that's good news for Sioux Falls. The risk of that real gusty stuff appears to have waned a bit down there, but these storms on the south side that moved through Wagner, 61 miles per hour, Dante, 65 mile per hour gust, and now we'll see what we measure in Yankton here as the storm is right on the doorstep of the Yankton area, the severe storm. So gusty wind will be the main threat from these storms out here. The warning is in effect until 4:45 a.m. for the next half hour. We could see some 3/4 inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour gusts out there with those storms as they work their way through that area. Starting to rain in Barnesville. Thanks, Miss Kitty. Hope everything is good there. Not bad for a little bit of rain. Brookings all the way up through Watertown getting more rain. Millbank seeing a little break between the next shower moving into Ortonville. And then as we go up to the north just a little bit farther, we can see that the thunder and lightning starting to intensify in and around Harwood right now, north of the FM area, 35 mile per hour gusts. Glendon getting the storms, pushing into you folks in Hawley here fairly shortly as well. Barnesville, the storms making their way in towards you as well. Now let's switch it on over and take a look at that Mayville radar real quick and show you. Again, since the risk of severe thunderstorms is now pretty much kaput in North Dakota and parts of Minnesota, it's not zero, but it's really, really low. I do not think that we're going to need to keep on with a continuing coverage of this. There is a lot of people in Lakes Country right now, but the risk of severe weather is just not very great. So we'll keep our eyes on it. I will keep things fired up and update things as we go through the early morning hours here. But that's what we have going on right now. We do have severe storms in far southern and eastern parts of South Dakota. These will be drifting east into Iowa as we go into the wee morning hours here. And as we look up into northwest Minnesota and northeast North Dakota, a few stout thunderstorms there. Okay, so Owensboro, let's go ahead and see if we can take a look just to answer a question here, because I like that and I like to keep people informed here. Even if you're not from the northern plains here, we do have Owensboro out here in Kentucky. So let's go ahead and take a look at what y'all got going on there. So as we take a look, I got to turn on the composite radar here. Maybe I can turn on a single site radar. You got a lot of flooding going on in your area, that's for sure. So as we get down in here, look at all the flash flooding from Evansville straight down to Glasgow. These are all flash flood warnings down here for some storms that have likely been, just training their way right along. So here's Owensboro as you look into the area of Kentucky. Now let me see if I can turn on a radar site here that's a little bit closer and show you the deal. So let's go to this radar site right here. And now we have some very, very heavy rainfall persisting into the overnight hours through this area. So you do have some pretty terrible flooding going on. Here is a look at the flood warning. It's a flash flood warning for your area until 9 a.m. And as we take a look at your rainfall estimates on the radar, this helps us estimate how much rain has fallen. All these dark blues here are heavier amounts of rain, over 3.4 to 4 inches of rain in and south of Owensboro that have been making their way through the area here in the last 24 hours or so. So big time rain, and then it gets even higher as we look out here outside of Fordsville. Some big time rain. So a lot of flash flooding going on in these areas. Bowling Green and southeast of there, we have 4+ inches of rain estimated by Doppler radar in these areas. So we feel you there. That is some terrible heavy rain that's making its way through. Flash flooding, elevated terrain that you have there in Kentucky is definitely something that allows that water to run around a lot faster. So seek shelter in those high places, stay away from the low-lying areas, and watch out first thing in the morning when you're driving off to church. Make sure that you're aware of what's on the roads out there. If you're traveling on low water crossings and rural roads and you're not familiar with them, there could be some fast moving water in and around these areas. So yeah, you're right. Kentucky is getting a lot of very, very heavy rain and some flash flooding going on in your area. Thoughts and prayers go out to you. Now let's take a look back up in our neck of the woods up here as we sneak back into the northern plains here. Thunderstorms pushing into Fergus Falls, into Pelican Rapids. Another round of rain for you. It's not at the Otter Tail Lake area yet. It's on its way though. But right now, if you happen to be out, we're not seeing anything that is severe. That is the good news. Fargo with a 33-mile-per-hour gust at the latest reading. 41-mile-per-hour gust in Grand Forks as another round is pushing its way through there. Let's see if I can pull up the single site radar data here. Pretty good rain still taking place out here in the Moorhead, Minnesota area. That's Hutch's home base, Fargo, Moorhead. And let's see if I can pull up the single site radar here from Mayville to get the latest on what is going on with these storms. All right, morning, everybody. It's 4:20 a.m. Thunderstorms are making their way out. The strongest line is moving off to the east. Not severe, that's the good news. Heavy rain pushing in now on the backside of the storm system. Grand Forks, there's your next round. Wow. So we had this little line develop in and around Grand Forks. That's pushed off out towards Viking now, Warren, Argyle, Alvarado. And now that main line is pushing through for another round of rain moving into Grand Forks at this time. So a look at the storm total precipitation estimates in Grand Forks. They ought to be going up, and they'll go up a lot more here in the next half hour because we got another batch of heavy rain pushing in towards you. What do these purple colors mean? We're talking about 1 to 1.5 inches of rain in and around Grand Forks out towards the air base out here and Emerado. Good rain out towards Manville, 1 1/3 inches. So quite a bit of very heavy rain making its way into Grand Forks in the wee hours of the morning right now as round number 2 pushes its way through. In Fargo, we're starting to see that southern parts of Cass County, North Dakota, southern parts of Clay County, Minnesota, seeing very healthy rainfall amounts in the reds here, several tenths of an inch. I said somewhere around 1/2 of an inch will look to be likely, and it's looking like the estimates are lining up with that outside near Horace, southern West Fargo. In West Fargo, maybe 1/4 of an inch. Riley's Acres north towards Harwood, about 1/4 of an inch of rain, but a little bit more from Frontier down towards parts of South Moorhead here on the south side of town that's making its way through, and there is still a little bit more rain to push its way in. Davenport, got a soggy Davenport out there. Nothing like watching the FIFA football on the soggy Davenport. 7/10 of an inch of rain estimated there, and heavier still as we go out south of Leonard and Kindred, Sheldon, and north of Milner out there as we get into parts of southeast North Dakota. So those areas seeing rain. Look at all the rain that dashed across North Dakota for the day today. So that is what's going on. The numbers you're seeing there are wind gusts. I'm going to turn those off right now. Thunderstorms are going to be pushing into Minnesota today. We have not had an a severe thunderstorm warning in North Dakota for quite some time. We have not had a severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota for quite some time, and the only warned storm now is making its way into southeast parts of South Dakota right now. So thank you very much. I do appreciate each and every one of you for being a part of Hutch's Weather. And Modern Marge, thank you very much. 8+ hours of coverage with weather turning serious. You're the actual one here keeping us informed when the storm hits. We know you'll be there. Grateful. And I'm grateful for you. Thank you for the opportunity. These storms, to put it bluntly, were very, very, very stout and very strong as we went through the early evening hours out in western and central North Dakota. And then as they worked their way through Jamestown and western Stutsman County, they were still quite stout on down to the south along the South Dakota border as well. Then they started weakening up north, and now all of them across North Dakota appear to be weakening as they move into parts of western Minnesota. So that is good. I do appreciate your commitment to supporting me and my efforts here on Hutch's Weather, Modern Marge. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that so very, very much. Alexis, thank you very much. It's raining because we all already did. All right. I guess so. Maybe there's reasons it rains that I'm not aware of, because sometimes, it seems to rain when I wash my car. But I will say I did just mow the lawn and fertilize the lawn, and I'm happy about that. So that should really appreciate the nice little soaking going on. And this and Minnehaha County just got severe thunderstorm warning. Goody good. Okay, so going down to Minnehaha down here, and you're going to see Sioux Falls is in the warning. So that northern branch of storms, there's a problem here in Sioux Falls. The radar appears to be down. Maybe it's working for the National Weather Service, but it's not working, and the data is not getting out outside the Weather Service. So we couldn't really analyze that storm from any radar that's close to Sioux Falls. The closest one was down near Omaha. So that makes it a little bit harder to analyze the storms. So now, as we're taking a look at Sioux Falls, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for you. That includes Beaver Creek, it includes Larchwood, it includes Brandon, it includes Laverne out in Minnesota. So the I-90 corridor of Minnesota, and also the northwestern parts of Iowa now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30 in the morning. Hail's not the main threat, but isolated places along this batch of storms could produce some 60 mile per hour winds. The storms are moving east at 39 miles per hour. So that's what we have going on in these areas. So the leading edge of these storms right now is located here, moving through Sioux Falls right now, moving east at about that 39 to 40 mile per hour. We'll put these storms in Sioux Falls now. As we speak, the leading edge is just getting there. Harrisburg, 431, 435 for Brandon, and out towards the Inwood area by 452, Rock Rapids by 506, and George by 522 by George. No question about that. So those storms are a strong gusty wind is going to be the main threat. We could have some penny-sized hail from these cells as they make through. And again, the main brunt of the storms is moving through T and moving off to the east now, pushing into Sioux Falls as we speak. Now, stronger storms with some pink on the radar starting to show up out here as we look in towards you folks outside of the Viborg area here south of Hurley. So a hail core making its way off to the east towards Centerville. This is moving northeast rather at 51 miles per hour. We could have some nickel-sized hail, but 60 mile per hour winds will be the main risk from these storms as well. So there have been a history of some gusty winds with this 63 mile per hour winds not that long ago, moments ago, in the area of Crofton out there. So that's what's going on out there in Knox County, Nebraska, and right near Yankton as those storms blew through. So right on the Nebraska border there is where that's happening. That's some gusty winds, and you know there's some beautiful lake country up there as well. So keep that in mind if you happen to be in a camper out in the lakes country out near the Yankton area. You'll want to make sure you batten down the hatches, and it's the best idea to know where a sturdy structure is out there. Rain made it to Ada. Thank you for your report. Enzo says the Sioux Falls radar went under maintenance this past week. Hey, thank you for that. I didn't even read that anywhere, and it didn't say it on my my Humpty Dumpty here. So all in all, maintenance is a good thing unless you're going into a week like we're coming up on. So more severe weather is going to be in the offing as we go through the night tonight on our Sunday night. More severe weather in this same area is going to be in the offing as we go through our Monday. So yeah, the radars do come in handy for that kind of thing. It's just one of those things that you can't always predict when you're ordering a maintenance and getting everything scheduled when the storm is going to come through that far ahead. So thank you for that bit of notice there, Cilicia. Sioux Falls is doing maintenance on the Doppler balls, so maybe the dome around it, the protective dome. Yeah, good enough. Thank you for that. I did not know. I hadn't heard that. Thank you so much. Okay, storms pushing into Fergus Falls, Rothsay, all the way up towards Barnesville. Holly, not severe at this particular time. That's a look at what's going on here in our neck of the woods. The severe thunderstorm risks down to the southern parts of South Dakota are for gusty winds at this particular time, and that is a look at our weather here in the Northern Plains. These are going to be continuing to push their way east across areas of northern parts of Iowa, as well as the I-90 corridor in the general direction of you folks in Worthington. And again, these storms are a ways out from you, but Laverne, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning out there in parts of southwestern Minnesota at this time. Heavy Buffalo River State Park rain. Thank you very much for the broadcast, says Karili. So thank you. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thank you very much for the report out there. Buffalo River State Park, big time heavy rain out there, but no wind, so we'll take that. And as long as you stay dry, things will be good there. That's just off to the east of the FM area as you approach this area east of Glendon. So thank you very much for your report and feedback on that as the storms are making their way off to the east. So Grand Forks, still more lightning there than many other places in North Dakota as we go through. I'm going to pull up the single site radar data. Okay. So here's our line of storms from Grafton through east of Grand Forks, and also we're seeing them spreading into Fergus Falls out towards Grant County on the west side there. So you're talking about the folks out near Herman and Tinta seeing these storms again. Not severe at this time, not threatening to be severe at this time. So in North Dakota and Minnesota, that's what we're seeing with these storms. Down south is where we have the majority of the severe thunderstorms at this particular time. So our risk of tornadoes, very low for the overnight hours, and even for our severe weather for this Sunday night, I'm not expecting that much with regards to that either. So goody good is what I say to that. Grand Forks, Fergus Falls, we'll watch these storms come through your area as well. Again, one of the things to keep in mind is these storms are moving into an area here where we do have some humid air and some warmer air. So there is a lot of energy in the atmosphere still, even at this time of the night. And that's what makes them last through the overnight hours. So you can see the area of warm air out ahead of the storms and the rain cooled air behind it. Now, when we compare these temperatures, though, to the dew point temperature, you're going to notice they're very close together. Temperatures in the low 70s and mid 60s. Dew points in the mid 60s to near 70. Look at Sioux Falls, 70-degree dew point, and the temperature that is 72. Okay, so storms moving through Sioux Falls right now, the air has so much moisture in them, we don't have to raise the air or lift the air very high for it to form a cloud. It cools off in the first few hundred feet and you got yourself a cloud. So those clouds are scraping the ground out there, meaning gustier winds, larger cloud or higher cloud top heights out there as well. So that's what we have going on across the area. Here's a look at a modeled estimate of what's going on with our supercell index and our energy in the atmosphere. How much energy does this 70-degree air have? Most of it's down here. Most of it's down south. The energy up here available to the storms up in North Dakota is not nearly as high for severe thunderstorms to reach high altitudes to produce the hail and the collapsing gusty winds from the thunderstorms. So that's good news. So our risk here in the overnight hours, it's already overnight, Hutch, let's talk about morning hours, will be along the South Dakota border. And sometimes these storms tend to turn in the direction of the inflow and turn into the direction of the fuel, if you will, or the moist flow of air moving into them. So we'll see if they do turn a little bit more south into Iowa, but that does look like one of the factors that these storms could undergo is a little bit of a turning along the border there. Sioux Falls, 41st heavy water pooling on the road. Drive safe, everybody. Okay, well, good report there from Sioux Falls, Buffalo River State Park. I think we got to that. Good enough. Thank you. So this is a look at the energy in the atmosphere with regards to producing strong thunderstorms. And now when we look at the cloud top heights estimated by this is by a model estimate of how high they could reach. We're seeing, what does this say? Oh, meters. I'm like, how can it be 10,000 feet? These are already at 50,000 feet. So this is in meters out there. Let's go ahead and take a look at our cloud top heights based on actual radar measurements. And these are storm top heights estimated by Doppler radars around the area. Notice this. The few storms that are punching out into parts of western Minnesota here, we only have a couple that are reaching heights of yellow colors. What's that mean? 20 to 30,000 foot cloud tops, maybe kissing 40,000 foot cloud tops in a couple of them. So we have seen a collapse of the thunderstorms across North Dakota and western Minnesota right now, and none of them are showing really much of an ability to be much higher than that. Now, as we sneak into the Aberdeen radar and take a look at these cloud top heights here for you, look what's going on down by Sioux Falls and Yankton. These red colors here, the hot spots you see on this map, indicative of cloud top heights that are reaching upwards of 55,000 feet or so over Sioux Falls right now. When they're that high, when they start collapsing with the rain, the winds can be very gusty. So 60-mile-per-hour gusts possible, 60,000 foot cloud top heights. Not a lot of big time hail cores being found out of these, but we are still getting some gusty winds from the rain as it falls out of these thunderstorms. Dang, you still alive, Hutch. The train is over 4 hours behind schedule. Oh boy, the train is over 4 hours behind schedule. I don't know what happened, like a fire on the train, but I hope you got a good night's rest on that train, and that's what's going on. As of right now, the severe weather risk across North Dakota, most of Minnesota, except for the far southern border counties here, might have a chance for some gusty winds the way it looks this morning. I've got to get some rest, and I've got to get loaded up for tomorrow. So if there is severe weather that makes its way across the Iowa border, I encourage you to be a downloader of my brand new weather app. Search Hutch's Weather in your app store today. You can head to my website, hutchesweather.com. Right here is the download the app button. That app, when you download it, and if you set it up and allow it to track your cellular device's location or your device's location, will give you alerts to things like approaching rain, approaching hail, approaching lightning, and an exclusive alert to twisting storms that are approaching your area. So please download the app, turn on the alerts, and let it allow you to know when a warning is issued in your area. I'm going to get some rest because we have 2 more days of severe weather here in the Northern Plains. So that's what I'm going to do. But right now, what we have, Sioux Falls thunderstorms. I do want to point out that if you download the app, you can stay up to date with the very, very latest. You can upload your photos and videos of storms, and so many of you have done that. And I do want to share one with you. This is a treat to see this. Some light show activity in Medina, North Dakota, Stutzman County, west of Jamestown. This is uploaded by Jasandra Schmidt. Thank you so much, Jasandra. As we take a look at this, you need the lightning here to look at the base of the thunderstorm to see if you have any wiggly wobblies going on underneath the clouds. And it's the only way you can see storms at night. Here you have a lowering of the cloud base behind the radio tower right there. That's called a wall cloud. I didn't see any funnels coming out of it, but a wonderful shot of the active lightning and the just perusing and patrolling of the skies that you have to do when you're trying to observe storms at night as a spotter of severe weather. So thank you all for your uploads. You can see more here. You can upload yours on my website. I sure do appreciate that. Well, Hutch, have a great morning. Wish me luck for storm chasing. Hope the storms can form. Midwest Sirens 2026. I wish you the best of luck. Have my weather app handy. I'll be up on and letting you all know what's going on. Now we see more thunderstorm warnings down to the south here, spreading into parts of northwest Iowa as these very, very tall thunderstorm clouds that are exceeding 50 and approaching 60,000 feet are pushing their way now into parts of extreme southeastern South Dakota, Vermilion, and going to be punching into areas of northwest Iowa right now. Gusty wind will be the main threat from these cells. As I peruse a look at the new warning for you folks near Sioux Center, Beresford, we're talking about nickel size hail, and observed wind threat of 70 mile per hour. Let's see, we got an observed wind threat and an observed wind of 63 miles per hour in Sioux Falls. So severe winds rocking the Casbah out there in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and some gusty winds heading into Lennox, Harrisburg, Canton as we speak. With the storms that are trailing and developing on the south side of that cluster of storms. So these cells out here on the south side of this storm system, for those of you watching down in Sioux Falls in South Dakota, number one, thank you. I appreciate you. As this area works its way off to the east, this is the area where I think we're going to have a chance for some stout thunderstorms into the morning hours today as they skirt along the North Dakota, the Minnesota border with Iowa. These storms are going to be in this general direction. All of this activity here in southern Minnesota has a better chance at being stronger, but up to the north, I think our risk of severe thunderstorms on this early Sunday morning is good. So again, there is a risk of severe thunderstorms in the region as we head into our afternoon today. Here is the very latest update from my friends at the Storm Prediction Center. So this is what we're looking at for our Sunday. Let me move this over. Let me turn the clock off. So on our Sunday, as we head into the afternoon, this area of yellow across the Dakotas and this area of yellow across parts of Iowa and southern Minnesota are the greatest risk areas for severe thunderstorms as we go throughout our day. Now, there is some thunderstorm activity in the wee hours of the morning that will be traversing through this area that could still be very windy, gusty, and as we get into the afternoon hours here, could produce some hail. Then we could see storms develop out here in central North Dakota if it's not capped by some warmer air aloft. But any storm that does form in and around that area with a cap is going to have all modes of severe weather possible. I can't rule out a tornado, but it's not the highest risk as we go through the quick idea here of what the risks are from the Storm Prediction Center. Here's a look at the hail risk area. Big hail in excess of 2 inches will be possible. Bismarck to Pierre, Aberdeen into southeast parts of North Dakota. Where the yellow is, we still have a risk of hail, but it's the real big stuff that's going to be most likely in this area. Then as we take a look at the wind threat, the straight line wind threat like we're seeing tonight, there is a 15% risk inside this yellow area of seeing gusty straight line winds. That's if storms form. Then as we head into your Monday, another round of severe storms from the eastern Dakotas into almost all of Minnesota and northern Wisconsin, even up into the Lake Superior area and northeastern parts of the state of Nebraska. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Thank you for your trust in your weather information very, very much. I appreciate each and every one of you. Please download my app. Please hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. I'd love to have you on board. And please, if you're watching on my Facebook channel, hit the follow button. Those acts alone help me reach more people to get the information out there. Thanks for watching. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson, and for the better part of the last 30 years, I've been covering weather here in the Northern Plains. I'll keep you apprised of information as we go through the remainder of our weekend and on into your Monday, as we are going to be having some wild weather in the Northern Plains. It's not atypical this time of the year. Have a wonderful night. Stay tuned and stay safe.
This has been a Hutch's Weather Update with Chief Meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Follow us on Facebook and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thanks for watching Hutch's Weather.